of the NACE Star League regular season for Varsity Call of Duty and Modern Warfare 2. My name is McCormiel. With me is Cash. But the action has ramped up to the climatic point of the season where we start talking about playoffs, and the matches tonight all have implications for seeding, of which will then affect the playoffs coming up. First and foremost, Cumberland University versus Baldwin Wallace will be where we start things off, and then we'll kick it over to St. Clair up against Wichita State for the final portion of the regular season of Call of Duty. Then we'll switch gears over to Valorant. Illinois State will take on the University of Houston in a little Valorant, and that will complete our Wednesday broadcast. But just jumping back into gear with our first match here between Cumberland University and Baldwin Wallace. Cash, this right here really is a must-win for Cumberland if they want to keep their chances alive at taking the #1 seed out of the East Conference. And well, they still have to go up against Northwood, which for either of these two teams is going to be a tough task.
Absolutely the case. You'll want to impact your seeding the best way possible going into playoffs. Of course, you'll have the conference play-ins, conference championships to dictate that as well, but definitely a lot on line for these two teams, and specifically, as you're saying, for the side of Cumberland University.
Yeah, absolutely. Northwood being in this pool, rather this conference, I don't think a lot of people are going to expect them to drop too far away from that #1 spot, let alone drop it at all. So I think Northwood's still going to be the clear favorite to come out of Eastern Conference too. But just talking about Baldwin Wallace real quick, we kind of highlighted this roster as a team that has been really strong throughout the years, but they're missing one of their key players tonight.
Yeah, they're missing Conway tonight. Won't be out, so they're gonna have a Cora as a sub in here, and that is a big question mark because you're missing your primary slayer and leader for the team. So I really think the mantle kind of gets passed between the other three players in a sense of who's going to step up, who's going to make sure they play to make a Cora comfortable and get themselves in a rhythm early on that'll cater to success ultimately in the series.
Yeah, absolutely. We'll take a look at our best of 5 map series here for ourselves. You'll be quite surprised if you like staying at the hotel. We'll go there for maps 1 and 2 on the hardpoint and the search and destroy. We'll get the arguably worst map in the game for 3 and 4, which will then lead into a Mercado search and destroy at the very end of the night if we need to go the distance. This is a match that we do anticipate could go to a great length before all is said and done, the dust is settled. But realistically speaking here, Baldwin Wallace, a lot now falls on your shoulders with Conwa being out to not only keep your undefeated season alive, but a win here tonight would guarantee yourself at least a top 2 seed out of East Conference 2.
Absolutely. So, they're a primary respawn favored team. I don't think that changes going into not only these maps, but even with the substitution. Hotel's a pretty straight up and down hardpoint map to kick things off. So hopefully, being a Yellow Jackets fan, you're hoping that Core can get acclimated rather quickly. Again, you have these subs, they play with you and get around for a reason. You trust that he's going to be able to come in and make an impact that'll positively benefit the team. So really excited to see what the strategy going into tonight is, what the layout is, if it changes at all. But I definitely expect those respawns to still be their heavy hitters.
Yeah, absolutely. Just talking about Cumberland too on the flip side of things, the one loss that they had on the season did come against Northwood, really no surprise to anybody. Unfortunately, that series wasn't really much of a bright spot overall to show kind of the tenacity that they can have against higher tier teams. I think this will be a good matchup for them to kind of show face for the first time within their own division against, another Titan, so to speak, towards the top. So a win here obviously, puts them in a position to get a top 2 seed. But realistically, this is kind of a show it moment before playoffs to prove that you're going to be able to fight maybe for a top 8 spot or even top 4 as we start getting towards the end of the year, and not just float around the top of the division and not really be able to walk away from this season with high hopes and smiles.
Definitely so. For Cumberland, it's one that, as you said, it shows you can, besides against a Titan in your respective pool, but showing that, you are willing to go and show that you can make a deep run towards the end of the season. And the same thing can be said for Baldwin Wallace, right? In the fall, they had a lackluster performance come playoff time. So statements to be made on both sides of the coin. Of course, again, for Baldwin Wallace, you will keep in mind that substitute, but either way, they trust this player and know that they can still continue to do the work that they need to, focusing on the postseason. But for either side, you got to come out big and you got to come out strong here in the first. Just even talking about their map counts, Baldwin Wallace come in dropping 1 respawn map between control and hardpoint throughout the entire season. So again, as I was talking about, they have respawn prowess. That's definitely where I expect them to excel. Really kind of a key for them to be able to take the series would just be if you can snag the search and destroy, could be a 3-0 depending on what their kind of complexion is coming out of the gate. And then for the side of Cumberland, you have a handful of respawn losses, 4 across control and hardpoint, and then 1 search and destroy loss. So on paper, very evenly matched up squads as you've shaped it from the start. It'll be one that, again, who's going to come out really out of the gates hot to start the series.
Yeah, I don't want to play it up too high, but I also don't want to downplay it at all either.
Yeah.
Conwa not being on this Baldwin Wallace roster definitely hurts them a significant amount when it comes to the respawns, because he has been, you know, that one kind of rock solid centerpiece for them that they all are able to kind of gravitate around.
Yeah.
And when you lose that, sure, you're going to be able to play the same ways that you would like to on the map, but the dynamic aspect that Conwa was going to be able to bring, you know, a big two-piece to entry towards a hill, or just being able to consistently have big performances across all three modes respectively, it's just so useful for a team like Baldwin Wallace. So again, I don't want to upplay it to where it's like going to be this big destructive factor, but this is the moment that Cumberland needed to get themselves a sneaky into the series and really start to have that conversation of hot contention against a very streaky and good Baldwin Wallace roster. So this hotel hardpoint is going to speak volumes to see if Baldwin Wallace can still take advantage of their hardpoint prowess with everybody in the sub stepping in. But again, I don't want to count Cumberland out in any stretch of the imagination, even though their records are a little bit worse overall in respawn comparatively to the Baldwin Wallace roster.
Most definitely. You've seen these three players, the other core three outside of Conwa for Baldwin Wallace, really come to their own this season, starting to stand on their own feet. And that's not to say that by any means Conwa's some hard carry or something, but again, from watching them in the fall to watching them this spring, Conwa talk, the conversation was getting more reps and getting everyone on the same page. Matty Ice, Matty Melts, Polyester, they've all started to spring into their own this spring semester, and now I'm excited to see what they're able to do here. The names will be flipped at the top, but we'll have Baldwin Wallace on the right-hand side in red, and then we'll have, or excuse me, on the left, and Cumberland with the yellow arrows for now, but we'll keep that squared away for you guys as we kick things off here on P1.
Cersei will make his way up the map. Or a slow trade. Really just a pinstripe kill feed to start things off here in the middle of the map. Scrappy as ever, and Polyester will get a nice little knife kill onto Blake to allow him to start making his way to the right portion of the mini-map and flip to those P2 spawns. Really off the rip here, though, Baldwin Wallace, a nice job of making sure the middle of the map has been maintained of their own, but I love the aspect of trying to flip the spawns out as early as you humanly can. Just make sure you have space across the map.
Cumberland doing a great job spreading even as this P2 push starts to come in. And now as players are fighting for kind of mid-map portion, maybe to scrap time, but really those ultimate bottom rotation spots, you're going to see the side of Cumberland spawn, or excuse me, Baldwin Wallace spawn in that spot area. They're going to make this push to the bottom and wrap through the back. It's going to be Matty Ice. So a pinch play quickly developing as this new hill opens up.
I was going to say, Matty Ice, although he's been playing passive in the back spawn, that's exactly what he needs to do, because there was nobody really to help out that pinch play to get back into P2. So, you know, although they do rotate out early, and it was only about 15 seconds that did go the way of Cumberland, they're still going to be able to at least hopefully restructure what they had here early on and be able to get a significant chunk of change for the early rotation that they put for themselves. 2 kills go the way of both teams as they fly back in towards the hill, but as Cumberland will have the last few players fall, really it's only going to fall in the hands of Blake if he wants to push this, but it seems like the rotation over to the next portion of the map in P3 is what Cumberland are going to be most concerned with.
This 20 seconds of time will give Baldwin Wallace enough room to work across and try to get an early break. You'll see some split spawns coming in as well. Maybe a last second grab out of Cersei coming in for time, and is going to be able to find it, but is going to give it up immediately. Knows that with the spawn out, they're going to try to go over, get to their teammates and help as Baldwin Wallace are spawning over in restaurant side. So as this new hill pops, it's basically going to be a 3v3 as the other 2 island players look to get back and pushes in now.
Cart will be the first one to fall. Blake tries to go for a trade, but it's Matty Ice who gets the little drop shot and a pre-fire to the back. Won't be able to snap onto anything. Last one here, though, for Baldwin Wallace is Matty Ice, and will give them the recession here inside of the hill. Inside of the kitchen will be where the next gunfight takes place. Car around the corner. Matty Ice once again will have himself dead, as 3 yellows in the kill feed is going to try for 1 more. It's a beautiful 4 down as Cumberland breaks as easy as Baldwin Wallace did the first time through.
Very evenly matched through the first couple of hills, and now that we're into P3, neither team getting clean rotations, both fighting tooth and nail to try to get across, try to get breaks where they can, and that's where we have a seemingly tied game. Baldwin Wallace going to look to give P4 rotation as they sniff Blake out top bed, and they should have a clean setup here with 15 seconds left. Cumberland reinforcements going to group up, going to look to fly across the map here and get an early break. Once again, Blake in a good position, playing around satellite, just waiting for a call, waiting for everyone to make the move to try to work this break through the back.
Yeah, I'm not sure exactly what happened. I'm pretty sure I saw Cersei just kind of staring at a wall, so I'm not exactly positive what's happening. Yeah, he's actually going to disconnect. So I'm not sure what will happen here in terms of the ruling, but with the 69-55 score line for Cumberland now, the lead and advantage is theirs to have. And as Polyester and Matty Ice will bounce back with a few, Baldwin Wallace still in recession of the bar as they were able to get those rotations out quickly first.
Everyone going to be holding stuff for Cumberland now, trying to sort out what's going on, but as you said, Baldwin Wallace looking to soak the time, and I imagine we're going to have a reset or something here in a moment. Yeah, been toe-to-toe the entirety of the game. This was Baldwin Wallace's first rotation that they had gotten, and now we're going to bounce out of here for a second. We're going to get everything reset.
Yeah.
But I mean, through 3 hills, still a very evenly matched game. I mean, the scoreline went back and forth basically every time a team got a break. They were only at most 15, 20-second leads at a time. So again, very evenly matched to start. No one with any crazy slaying performances to start,
No.
but again, just evenly matched, which is what you could only hope from both teams coming into this.
Absolutely. And again, it's always a tale of like, okay, well, their records are kind of similar. Are they going to be, evenly matched up in that regard? Right now, the answer is yes. Although it's still very early in the hard point to be able to tell things. Have only gotten through, 3-4 hard points, and one of those was with back half of it was without one of your players. So, good news is that you were still able to slay out in a high flying performance. But I think the game crashed for one of the players, so that is the reason that we had our hiatus there. But just talking about this in, once again, more of a macro aspect opposed to just kind of honing in on a few small things. Once again, with this being the last week of the regular season, playoffs being right around the corner, this is genuinely a big matchup, because once you get deeper into the playoffs and you start thinking about, oh, if we drop down maybe to a 3rd, 4th seed, or we get a top 2 seed, that genuinely changes how you outlook on the rest of your playoffs. It's the difference between playing Northwood in the 2nd or 3rd round, or then playing maybe a St. Clair in the 2nd or 3rd round, or being able to wait until the winners finals, or a semifinal matchup to where you're not worried about playing them in the 1st or 2nd round, and you can kind of breathe easy for a little bit. It's all just making sure that you have the easiest road to a deeper placing and can try to get to that national championship, at least the grand final for it, which is what everybody's obviously fighting for. Not a lot of teams are going to get there, but there's going to be at least a few fighting for it. So that's the big thing.
Yeah, you could kind of even a fate run here. And again, where your seating is absolutely going to play influence on what that road looks like. So both these teams coming out swinging early on. Again, I was really impressed with how well both teams were playing that hard point. I know it was just a couple of hills that we got to see, but both teams showing that they can break. Neither really got a clean setup through the first 3 hills. Again, apart from Baldwin Wallace finally receding and maybe going to P4, where, as you said, we were kind of playing with 3 players already at that. Still one where, a hotel plays like that, right? The first 3 hills can kind of go back and forth at times and really be up for grabs for a lot of these teams. So excited to see maybe what the conversation is. You get a little break, you get to talk about maybe some things that had gone wrong for either side, and see where that lands you on the regroup.
Absolutely. Well, Cash and I just might be cursed because every time that we've had a broadcast, something has to go wrong around here. So we'll step aside, we'll get the lobby figured out, and we'll let you know what happens with P1, the first hard point in this best of 5 series. So don't go too far. The rest of the series will play out in just a bit. well, we will be redoing the entirety of map number 1. So the hard point here on Hotel will effectively restart itself, and we'll go back to square one. Again, as Cash and I talked about beforehand, but if you are just joining us, the first 3 hills before the disconnect, we're playing extremely close. It was about 60 to 60 when we did have that player's game crash. So now that we have information, at least a little bit on either of these 2 teams and how they like to play the map, it should give us a little bit more insight to what we are going to see the rest of the way forward. First hill going to pop. It's going to be Baldwin Wallace, the first team here. As a nade over the top, might be able to connect with Matty Ice. They're just going to be trying to clear everybody out early on here and break into the hill.
Polyester with great eyes on Rug side, and Matty Mouth combines for another one over the top. So the time is sitting empty, mid-map control going the way of Baldwin Wallace for now. Cumberland trying to bleed some of these resources while maintain spawns for P2 looking ahead. We had talked about before the break kind of how neither team really got clean setups on either side. You expect that through the first few hills of Hotel, things playing scrappy and really leaning towards one side of the map to start. Spawns are going to flip out. Baldwin Walls will be in to the back. They're going to try to anchor things with the AR. For now, Cumberland soaking this time, and there's still about 15 seconds left.
Yeah, you know, this is very similar to what we saw the first time through. Baldwin Wallace getting the majority of time on P1, then rotating out and early to P2. This time through, though, Cumberland read through what Baldwin Wallace and the Yellow Jackets tried the last time, and now we're trying to capitalize it on them themselves. However, to 2 versus 2, here over towards the next point, off-screen engagements will not go the way Cumberland just yet, but that's Blake FPS on screen now, taking Polyester down and securing those close spawns over by P2. You'll see the Yellow Jackets now making their way in. Matty Ice is going to be the first one up for a contention, and over towards the back, there is going to be help on the way. Cumberland should have reinforcements, and they will. Gunfights go their way, and the hill will remain theirs.
Matty Ice taking her out through spa side, going to try to draw those spawns closer as the first 20-25 seconds go. Side of Cumberland, they're going to have themselves a 10-point lead here on P2, and maybe Blake trying to hit about through mid-map just to repinch the hill. It's going to be a smart one as well as teammates are winning the gunfights on the front side. What can you find here? Matty Melts will find 1, but it's going to be Blake with 2 in the back. That's going to secure possibly this back half of time as Matty Ice may be thinking about one last contest.
Yeah, as the south spawns came in, you saw that nice little flank that Blake did make through the middle of the map, which, you know, gives not only the last 25 seconds of time to Cumberland, but it allows them to keep growing that lead while also contesting and challenging over towards the kitchen for P3 as well. First ones that were there were Certsy and Blake. They both got shut down, but his car has now started to make his way up. He has nobody else to help him out at the moment. So the clock will strike new. Baldwin Wallace will get in the hill first. 60 seconds of time they can get for themselves here.
A pinch could be developing as well as the seat, slow playing this push through restaurant, seeing what his teammates can find through the back, but Matty Melts playing cleanup crew from the outside looking in. A pinstripe kill feed, Matty Ice will collect for the kill, and time still going the way of Baldwin Wallace, but this next push quickly coming in from the Phoenixes.
Into the doorway, Matty Melts with 1. Ice Duo the second, Polyester a third, and you look for the final one in here through the freezer, and Zia Baby, you're going to go back to the respawn block. So as quickly as the push came and the hit was in from Cumberland to try and disrupt Baldwin Wallace hold on the hill, it was very quickly the Yellow Jackets were able to strike back and retake what was theirs. Car, beautiful drop shot's going to be able to find 1. However, such a difficult gunfight to get into the kitchen. You're only challenging for about 20 seconds of time. Your efforts would be best spent on the rotation, and that's where the rest of those yellow arrows will be. However, Baldwin Wallace now going to be also trying to attack what Cumberland has set up for themselves.
You know, this last player, Cora out of P3, going to be able to pinch the hill, but Matty Ice having no problem finding hill. Top bed control is going to be where they're looking for things, but with Matty Melts finding that kill in the back, suddenly that's going to flip spawns. They'll be a little everywhere for a second. Cumberland on time early on, but Baldwin Wallace poised on the break.
Nice little shot in there through middle. Certsy to seat, pair for a double that allows them to entry up into the hill, and it's a 3-1 trade. Now make it all 4 down for Baldwin Wallace. Back to the respawn block and over towards the right side of the mini-map. The next hit will be on here in just a second.
The Yellow Jackets swarming on the outside through the back, trying to get this push in, trying to find some timing. Matty Melts will find a couple more kills. That'll allow his teammates to get in and get on the point. A 10-point game here is Carr the only one able to trade things out, but for now you were locking things down. 3 for 1 in the feed. A clean break in with over 30 seconds of time, and you are simply cleaning house if you're Baldwin Wallace.
Absolutely. But now it's all going to be about getting into the restaurant, which albeit is a little easier to break than, say, the restaurant, but still that upper portion, that north side of the mini-map is so hard to break into, and that's why you're going to see players continuing to contest the bar here. They know how much time that last 15 can be, especially going into a money hold now, but there's only one player here from Baldwin Wallace and towards the restaurant at the moment. It's Matty Ice. There's going to be 2 players now pushing in from Wind, and with that first kill from Blake, that opens the door, and the floodgates are now good for Cumberland to try and fly into the hill, but it's going to be Polyester once again. Matty Ice and tries to snap back around. Carr, close spawns in the kitchen, might be able to challenge for a contestation.
Matty Melts out to 19-6 to kick things off here. A couple players, or excuse me, Cora with over 60 seconds of hill time as well. So the slang, we asked who was going to fill the space of Conwa, who was going to take over in that slang column. It's been Matty Melts with the AR here early on. The rest of the team quickly in tow as well. Now we are out to a 50-60 point lead nearly on P6. You said it was a money hill. So far, Baldwin Wallace have it all, and there's about 25 seconds left, but Cumberland just get the break.
Yeah, that's a nice little three-piece there that you'll see from Deceit as he breaks on in. Once again, this map, very volatile in the way that the hard points flip between one another. Top side of the map, back down to the south side. We'll go to P6 here in just a moment as you see that little lock and keypad pop up. Players 1, 2, and 3 all out for Cumberland. Baldwin Wallace trying to push the right side of the map. As they start to get this break on, who will be able to walk away with the off-screen kill? It's Polyester who finds the first. Sure, Matty Ice falls, but it's a trade that was needed here for Cumberland, as now the break is once again on. No streaks to use on the map for a break here. It's all going to come down to the gunfights that you can win. Inside of the corner, Polyester will just stand still.
Trade's going even, time being tested for now, but Blake on another pinch to the hill to make the game easier for his teammates, even though it's just one. It's one that stops the break from coming in for Baldwin Wallace. Blake's done such a great job hitting routes here just to try to soften this attack from Baldwin Wallace here, and that's exactly what he's done. His teammates continuing to soak time as now the Yellow Jackets on the outside looking in once again.
Yeah, but 20 seconds left here too. Very easy to contest for the last moments of P6, knowing that all you need to do is get back to the middle of the map. But what you don't want to do is give up those P2 spawns, which is that right side of the mini-map. If you do that, you're almost risking a full 40 to 50 seconds of time, even though it is a contester-heavy hill. Still going to be difficult to break back into. So P1 back, another hill set along the way with a 139 to 132 score line. Both of these teams dead even through 6.
Slaying a bit lopsided for Baldwin Wallace, really top heavy from your ARs, and for Cumberland a bit more even in distribution. So we'll see how these kills continue to ring in and how they continue to affect the game. For now, it's 3 in the feed for Baldwin Wallace, but Blake will answer back with 2 of his own, giving Cumberland this bit of time. Both teams going to fight desperately for it, given how close to a tied game it is. But now Phoenix looking to draw this lead out to over 20 points, and they have P2 spawns. These next 30 seconds could be very telling for how the rest of this game plays out.
Absolutely. If you are Baldwin Wallace, you have no positioning on the map right now, and the gunfights aren't going your way. Everything was seeming up for you at the last 2 hard points in the last rotation, but now all the kill feed is red. Blake FPS gets shut down, though. 21 and 13 was on 5 in a row. Could have earned a streak for himself, but now that the utility has been shut off the board, Baldwin Wallace can focus on making this push, but Blake actually spawns up in from behind. Could wreak havoc here late. They try to break over towards P2.
Ends up getting sniffed out, but it's Cersei locking things down from the front. You can see the Yellow Jackets putting emphasis on spawns through the back, and Polyester might have slipped the line here. No, Cersei gonna read it, gonna find the kill as well. So again, continue to hold time, running up the score line as well. Baldwin Wallace maybe starting to look a little frantic and throwing lives at it one at a time, but Cumberland, all of their bases covered.
Blake shots on a Polyester, won't be able to connect, gets off scot-free into the backside spawn, but Cersei who's there to meet him. Core the second one up for a challenge. Hello, you'll meet the gunny. It's Cersei, he'll go for 3. Don't turn around on him, please. Okay, Matty Ice stays alive, but no, it's Cersei who finds the last one. All 4 down, Baldwin Wallace back across the map, and as Cumberland were oh so close as the P1 pop on the second set of rotations was through, now it's a 60-point advantage in the world's their Royster.
Not only is it a 60-point advantage, but I was going to say, if Cumberland were able to get that last bit of time, that would put them 20 points from winning. They are still 40 points from taking this one away, still spawning in the back as well. So back 10 will go their way. Baldwin Wallace needs to group up, get a good setup here, and lock down a bit of time. They could nearly tie it up with a full 60, but again, it's got to be just that, a full minute of time.
Here they go. A desperate attempt now to keep this hard point alive, and you can see how bad they want it with how far up the map they were trying to spread out their forces. Not a lot of opportunities for trades in and around the point, but as Matty Ice is able to find Cersei through the back line, Matty melts up from his teammate. Cut down car, which will once again force Cumberland to back off, play a bit more passive, as the spawns are still going to be relatively close. In towards the point, 30 seconds have gone the way of Baldwin Wallace. Another 30 will put them just about 15 behind this Cumberland roster. And as they continue to play passive, once again, it proves to be futile. This kitchen is being locked down by the Yellow Jackets.
Maybe one last attempt as numbers start to swell, and Cumberland will finally get to break this last set of 15-20 seconds, going to put them right around 240. So for Baldwin Wallace, you needed a full 60. You didn't quite come close enough. Pressure going to be on to play more and more flawless Call of Duty as we get into P4. You couldn't get much time on the last go around. You go 4 down on transition, and suddenly this game's starting to feel out of reach.
I was going to say already, you know, it was a bad decision not to send anybody else for a contention over to the restaurant. You put Cumberland in a position to be able to take the game. As Polyester falls, the last one here is Matty Ice in the back lines. Cars pre-fire, won't be able to find it. Baldwin Wallace is in for the time, but with 45 seconds, everybody's starting to push back from Cumberland, and another falling with 4 seconds left. It just seems too much to overcome here for the Yellow Jackets. To speed up the staircase, Surtsy in the hill, and as Matty Ice and Core try to fly on back, it's going to be a pinstripe kill feed that keeps us going for just a bit more time. And I just don't know if they have it in them to be able to win the last few gunfights in and around the point to keep it alive.
Matty Mel's lining them up, knocking them down. Polyester combining as well. So 20 seconds left. This will put him at 220, and you can see Cumberland maybe giving it up here. But of course, while Blake's still alive, he could still go for this. 2 seconds needed. You need every bit of it, but you're also losing rotation over to Restaurant. Streak will have to come in here, but your teammates need to be on the move.
It has to come in, but Blake's in the hill. He's going to be able to get hip fire shots on the last one, and the rotation won't matter. Cumberland will take map number 1 over Baldwin Wallace. We'll put yet another imperfection on the Yellow Jackets side when it comes to respawn. Only their 3rd respawn loss of the season. This Cumberland team, we told you they were going to come out to play today. They want to be able to take home a 2nd seed inside of this 2nd conference in the East. That's going to help them out extremely nicely.
Matty Melts with a 34 and 21 performance, Surtsy 31 and 27, Blake 30 and 20. So again, a couple of 30 bumps in here. And then of course, again, not to shine a negative beacon on it, right? But again, Cora coming in at 11 and 28, over 2 minutes of hill time. So again, not the worst stat line ever, but you can tell just, again, we talked about they'd be lacking some slang. You kind of get that push here where they're going 4 downs at times when Cumberland went on a tear. That's definitely something to circle and say that, you know, you hope he can turn around here as the series progresses.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, back and forth between each team, you know, just looking at the slaying department, yes, of course, you can point out Cora and say, hey, you know, not a great performance. But again, it's hard to gel with a new team. It's always difficult to come into a system that was working well as an extremely volatile hardpoint roster where they were always going to be able to take strong maps against your opponents. But when you look at a stat line like this, sure, things need to be popped up, turned around just a bit. And I don't want to pin it all on one person, but again, one person's slaying turns things very quickly in the opposite way, the opposite way, because one gunfight loss turns into a spiraling effect of 3 or 4 players going down for your team, and then everybody's broken in through the doorway. You've lost rotations, or you've lost the hill that you've been trying to hold down for, you know, 60 seconds. Yeah, it's a very difficult conversation to have with somebody. Hey, turn it around. Hey, turn it around. You're okay. You can shoot through it. We'll shoot through it. We'll be fine. But it's a conversation that needs to be had going into the S&D because his solo play is going to matter so much more opposed to just being in a hard point.
Definitely so. I mean, the teamwork was there for them. They didn't get as many, you know, clean setups as they would have liked. I mean, they did get a good look at P3, got the first 35 seconds of it, I'll even give them. But again, whenever Cumberland was able to strike with numbers, that's where that slaying conversation comes in tow, where it was all red in the kill feed and they got a clean break just by sheer numbers, lack of trading out of Baldwin Wallace there when push came to shove. So they tried to rally back on P4, gave it the best they could. But again, Blake, you know, you talked about it at the beginning. He was the reason why they won there with the last second pinch play, knowing they needed 2 seconds. Why not go for it? Worst case it happens, you have numbers at news. So they were willing to roll the dice on that, ended up getting the win for it. And yeah, for Baldwin Wallace going into the search and destroy, team play going to continue to be important. And we talked about it as their key to success as well. You have to get a core comfortable, plain and simple. It's going to be up to the other 3 players to set him up for success, not necessarily play to set you 3 up for success and hope that he can follow along, but really get him in a position where, hey, you play how you need to feel comfortable. We can adapt around it, and I think things will turn around for them. They need to not be scared to kind of change the strategy if it's not working.
Yeah, it feels like we have this conversation almost every single week. Like, you think back to last week, we were talking about that with James Madison. Like, what can we do to get help some more, or excuse me, to get Kelp a better opportunity on the map, to be more impactful for this team, and it not just being like, ooh, ouch, that's not a good stat line to, you know, kind of take away from a map. But you know what? He did this on the back line. We didn't have any of those moments in this map. We really didn't either for Cora. And yes, it's only one map. Everybody has a bad map here or there, so I'm not going to say it's doom and gloom for the rest of the series, but there is going to be the point here where we have to start talking about, you know, if this S&D goes awry and you're down 0-2, a team that's undefeated on the season but has, you know, performed extremely well against teams at the caliber such as Cumberland. How do we start even talking about a reverse sweep here, especially since Cumberland just kind of had the upper hand advantage after that second set of hard points?
Absolutely so. And you know, just to flip the coin and talk about Cumberland a bit more, they played that hard point so well, given not only were they all finding kills well distributed throughout the team, but their setups were clean when they got them. Their breaks, whenever they needed them, also on point. So going into this hotel search and destroy, right, we stay on the same map, but you think about the same concept of holds and breaks, your post-plant setups, and then having to re-break, whether it be, you know, a 4v4 retake on a bomb site or having to be in a certain 2v man-down situation. Either way, Cumberland looked comfortable in those given situations. We'll see how comfortable they look when we slow things down to a search and destroy, but they'll kick things off defensively here, and I'm gonna guess they're gonna try to lean towards this A site, at least to start, but Baldwin Wallace, high flying at B.
Yeah, I like this aggressive hit over towards B because there's not really a lot of utility that's going to be able to slow them down off the rip, such as it would be over at A without the trophy system. So getting aggressive over to this B site, love that off the rip immediately. Blake's able to shut things down. Polyester will fall. And that will allow the side of Cumberland to get this bomb down and force the opposition to come back in a retake with 40 seconds.
Core trying to take her out. Gonna try to pinch, but you need to slow play and not, well, lose a life like that. Matty Ice gets cut down, so now a much harder 2v3 retake situation. You need to find some kills. You don't have Daddy yet either, so a very challenging retake here, B.
All the way down, realizing he's the last one alive, gets him behind one. Deceit will be the first one up to challenge. Car is there as well, had the snap, just wasn't able to get the gunshot fast enough to go ahead for a second kill. So 1-0 up is going to be Cumberland as they take an aggressive offensive hit over towards that B site, and once they get in, well, it's really difficult to lose.
Quick and decisive, got the bomb down before Baldwin Wallace could even sniff out the play. And, well, simply put, you're going to have numbers 9.9 times out of 10 when you hit that B site, too. So if those kills come in quickly, as you were saying, expect the round to follow as well. Baldwin Wallace going to try their hands at thing, and what Cumberland can do defensively, we'll have to see for the setup. But for now, they're going to scoop bomb and look to get towards the A site.
Matty Ice stand out. Matty Melton, map 1. You have to get onto the A site to try and get this bomb down, just try to clear their angles before they start making that desperate dash across to the A bomb site itself. Polyester will be on the staircase. We can dump 20 HP. Deceit will throw a nade over the top, forced to lay down and back off for a moment, but they have information with Cora opening things up in a nice first blood. Polyester fares for a second. 2 off of 1. Comes the live count. And Cumberland down in the advantage on a retake.
We're going to try to work this top bed here, both of them together, but you've got Matty Melts playing in secret, so now it's going to be a 1v3. Minimal information out of Car. Probably going to be making noise here if he doesn't even opt to pop Deddy. And Baldwin Wallace clean up that round as quickly as Cumberland took one. They're able to respond with a round of their own. Yeah,
it's nice. Just flip the map on the opposite side. Offense has been good here for either team. I like the aggression that we've seen, but it was a little bit of passive play at the beginning for Baldwin Wallace that really opened the floodgates and opened the doors to allow them to start moving into that bomb site through the round. You know, those first couple bloods were great. I'm glad to see Cora was able to have some immediate impact here in map number 2, and well, he's already on the board for himself, 2 kills, so that's big going forward. Obviously, that performance has to keep up with where we are now, but at the same stretch of the imagination, I'm sure everybody is a little happy on the Yellow Jacket side of things, as he's able to get himself going on the map here early. Bomb in the hands of Cersei as they make their way over towards A. Very different from what we saw at B, but it will be Baldwin Wallace who are here and ready for this hit. Down below, Matty Ice will be looking for anybody to cross to this A bomb site as the nades and the suns continue to come up over the top. Not too long. If the side of Cumberland doesn't really find anything here, I wouldn't be surprised if they rotated back to B.
I'm going to keep my eyes on Blake. He's been their island player, of course, and obviously someone who hits the route, so I expect him to be the first one to kind of march forward, see if he can find or clear anything out restaurant side, as they're still creeping and working this bomb around. It might still be the play here, but expect him to make a late play flank. Either way, Cersei in mid-map saying, don't mind me, I'll clear things out myself, being the bomb carrier. Now you see this wrap come in. Now you see Blake lead the charge, and Baldwin Wallace are left scratching their heads.
I don't know that Polyester's over there. The stun check from Cersei won't be able to find anything, but those back double doors are going to be so crucial to helping equalize things out here. This Polyester's on the outside looking in. He does have dead silence popped. Bomb will go down, 45 seconds left here for a push. Matty Ice will at least make things a bit easier. 3 versus 2 on a retake.
Matty Ice, what can you do? Again, you gotta wait up for each other. Polyester cannot challenge this without Matty Ice getting in. Also, that's going to be the play. That's going to be the call made. And now what can they find here on the collapse? Cersei's going to find one. Polyester left at the back door is just going to jump out, fire whatever he can. And maybe if he can find one here, who sees left, we find.
Oh, Cersei, last one up to challenge, had Car weak as he got down below. And as he hit the deck, so did the bodies from Baldwin Wallace. And Cumberland will take themselves an advantage 2-1. So 3 offenses. We've had 1 for either of the teams. Handshaking back and forth between the rounds. Really, Cash, all it's come down to is those opening first kills. Those first bloods have been deadly here in the S&D.
It definitely has been. I mean, Cersei finding a two-piece big map was huge to give them the man advantage, even more so than the first Bloods early on. It's, yeah, then who can find those kills and give themselves the advantage. Cumberland really winning in that department. Of course, Baldwin Wallace with their round of their own, doing the same thing, but who can continue that? Who can make adjustments first on either side of the bomb? We'll have to see. But for the Yellow Jackets, flying over towards this A site. Interesting enough, Cumberland's in 2 through B, so we'll see what route they look to make back to the ball.
I don't know it just yet, but Polyester has made his way up and towards bottom bedroom. And now that he's found himself an in, this is where you can start wreaking havoc if you are that first player pushed up on offense. Since the bomb has yet to go down and the middle of the map has been taken by Cumberland. Link from Cersei could spell disaster in the round if they're not able to work this over towards A just a bit quicker.
Look how quickly they're clearing out the map. I mean, Cersei, they are already reduced this bottom right corner of the map. We'll see what they're able to find, maybe on a route, but as this bomb is looking to go down, Cumberland look to try to get through, look to try to make something happen here and see what they can find. We'll be coming back to camps for a moment as we had either a lobby dropout or something, but hey, we're back once again. The curse lives on, and it was just getting good, man.
Yeah, no, it was. I was really hoping to see that Cersei flank there if it was going to be able to spell trouble.
I was like drawing it. I was like, we're frozen, but we'll play it out. We'll play it out. And then, you know, production said cams, so we won't be playing out that flank, unfortunately.
Yeah, looks like we did have a game crash, so I'm not exactly sure what is going to happen here, but we are going to send things to a quick break. When we come back, we'll fill you in on what happened in the rest of the Search and Destroy, and we'll keep the series chugging along. My name is McCormill. With me is Cash. You're watching the A-Star League. We'll be back in a bit. might be your lucky day. Potentially the last time you might have to see Fortress Control, with talks of a new map potentially making its way into the rotation. Welcome back, folks. Cumberland was able to take the search and destroy 6-1 to give themselves a 2-0 advantage over a struggling Baldwin Wallace with a sub in for Conwa at this point in time. Cora didn't have a bad search and destroy, but neither did the rest of the Baldwin Wallace team. They are again down 0-2. Offense first here for Baldwin Wallace isn't going to be the biggest stretch of fun in the world. This car opens up with a double, while Cash, the blender, has already started.
Yeah, we'll just talk over basically a smoothie mix here while we let the time start to dwindle down. I mean, sure, anything the Yellow Jackets can do going to be good. Just to talk about what they would like to do, get to either zone. You talk about control on Fortress, even a tick of progress is a good thing. That's what they're going to try to be doing, but you look at the AR pre-aims and, well, either gate side, double window, single window, on the side itself, doesn't matter where you're walking into a pre-aim, and yeah, red in the kill feed, business as usual, unfortunately. Fortunately, though, we might just have to endure this for 40 or so more seconds before we switch sides.
We're looking to make his way up the map. Carr will be shot at from behind, but he's already on 6 in a row and has streaks to work with for Cumberland. 30 seconds in the round. Desperation time now here for Baldwin Wallace as they try to break out of their spawn side. But again, if you've watched any sort of Fortress Control throughout the entirety of the Modern Warfare 2 year, or even played the map whatsoever, you know that is a tall order in the highest degree. Nate gonna be out here from Blake. Carr with another kill here, 9-0 to start out our control, and well, for good reason, everybody's starting to fall. Double-digit kill feed here for Carr to start this control off, and well, he'll hit number 11 and potentially number 12 before things shut down. Jesus! Hey there, partner. That's one way to start your third map.
A 17 life advantage, sure. No takes given up, absolutely. More and more as teams continue to play it, and I don't know if I want to say the word get better at it, but maybe more implement spawn traps. Yeah, you'll see teams start to pay mind to the life count, seeing that teams just can't get ticks at either side, or if it's tied 1-1 with the minimal amount of progress that is made, lives could be taken into account here as things go on. So up 17 is going to be Cumberland to start. Definitely Baldwin Wallace trying to put on a more dominant show if they can. You have Carr up to 12-0. I mean, you can't ask for a much better start from the Phoenix, and we'll see what they can do here as they march forward to B.
13 kills straight inside of the game. You really cannot ask for anything better to begin a control, but as they're over on B, first tick of progress, oh so close to being cut down, chopped away as Carr tries to stay alive. He'll make it 14 in a row. You know, we had a nuke last year in the CCL, or that was all the way back in Cold War. That was the only one I've ever seen in the collegiate scene, so I won't speak it into existence just yet, but he's halfway there. As Blake FPS is now going to pop himself a 3-piece, so we say historically, control not great. However, Baldwin Wallace are quite literally in the biggest hole that I think I've seen a team have to climb out of. Everybody on Cumberland only losing 3 lives here on offense. We said it's difficult on offense. Well, they just might make this a 3-0 control extremely quickly. Nobody can shoot straight as you know, Carr finds his first death on the board. Hey, Cash, Polyester just got his first kill in the control.
Yeah. I don't know that I've seen many offensive spawn traps, but Cumberland gave it their best shot. Unfortunately, they only have 2 ticks to their name because of it, and now they're starting to work on this A site. But again, the life discrepancy is, I think, the biggest talking point here. How well Cumberland are able to lead these lives, even if they struggle to get to a side or not. They play some more TDM, and well, they've only got to do it for about 2 more 4 downs. Oh 7 lives remaining. You're running out of spawn into pre-aims. I don't even know that the tick will come to effect until they find these kills.
Oh, dude, this is ridiculous. 6 lives remaining here on the side of Baldwin Wallace. Now make it 4. 17 in 1 here from Carr to start out the control. 12 in a row now for Blake FPS before he falls. We were so caught up in Carr. Blake decided to drop 12 straight, try to best out his teammate. Couldn't do it, to be fair. But 3 good kills coming from Baldwin Wallace. Yellow Arrow starting to control this map just a little bit. Would be the craziest comeback ever, but Paul's basically multiplied his kills by 5 in this round.
So far, so good. 1:40. I mean, I wouldn't be shocked if they could pull this off. 3 of them can just not get bullied out 1 lane. I think Polyester is about to get his bell run here in a second. Matty Iso at least be there on the trade. So a couple more going their way. Matty Iso line up 3. I mean, 90 seconds left. Let's see it. Carr now. Ooh!
Oh my god. Oh, dude.
You've heard of Elf on a Shelf. Here's Carr with a scar. And boy, is he making an impact in this one.
Oh my lord. Jesus, a Mario bone. Oh. Okay, well, talk about a control. And you talk about a series where we said both teams evenly matched and Baldwin Wallace might even have the edge. Well, count your days, boys. It's going to be a quick shutout here. It's looking to be. Cash 20-3 in a control is ridiculous. Sure, we had Priestley yesterday. Drop a crazy, insane little score blind. But regardless, I really hope that, you know, Baldwin Wallace maybe can get themselves out of a hole. They started to turn it around a little bit. The Maddie duo was shooting straight. Polyester got himself on the board with a few. They are all trapped over here to the left side of the map. Certsy looking for a few kills forward. Car will pop up for 2. Now make it a 3rd. Hey, Car, baby! Hot and heavy.
He's letting that thing sing right now. 4 in a row. His teammates cleaning everything up around him. I mean, for the Yellow Jackets, it's just unfortunate scenes. Not only that you are down 0-2, but that you have to start your comeback on this map, which doesn't look like it will be happening. Very, very tough series for them. Obviously, we only have to watch the search and destroy and talk about, you know, the one round they had taken. That was the only one they had taken in the S&D as they finished out. So again, a very challenging night for them here. No luck being granted whatsoever on Fortress, and yeah, they are doing what they can.
Blake and Carr both going, trying to trade blow for blow. Streak's going to be thrown in over at the top. Nobody's going to be able to find anything just yet, and as it gets destroyed by the trophy, that allows them at least to get one person played over towards the B zone. Polyester is the only one pushed up the map at the moment, but as Cora finds himself a nice little kill, this is at least going to stop the clock and give them a bit of progress on A. Hey, Carr, how you doing, buddy? Welcome back to the show fire. 2 in a row for him yet again, 26-4. I don't even want to do the math and explain how positive he is in this map right now. Regardless, a few more players starting to make their way forward. Just 8 seconds left for Baldwin Wallace to be able to do anything on the map. They're going to start to make their assault over towards this B zone. They'll stop the clock with 3.9 seconds left, but the assault from Cumberland back in just a second.
See if they can find a couple kills here. I don't know that they're going to be able to fall. They have a tick and a half of progress, sure, but with the last person left standing, this should be all she wrote. That'll do it here. Cumberland take a convincing 3. I guess as we kind of, you know, look to, or take a convincing round as we look to, you know, like talk about it. It's just insane that, yeah, what they're being able to do right now.
Cash, I got some good news and some bad news. Bad news is Cumberland put Baldwin Wallace down like a sick dog. Good news is I've got a veterinarian on the way. Be able to get them at least a little bit of help and recuperate what they have lost inside of this best of 3. Dignity might be at the top of that. Pride maybe too. But nothing can be taken away from Cora as well as Blake inside of that control. We said Fortress was a blender. Didn't expect it to be a 3-0. Rarely ever is a 3-0. But this series from start to finish was an open and closed book. The chapter has now sung. Cumberland are going to do-si-do their way into that 2nd spot in their division. Of course, Northwood still will probably come out on top of that. But they have a few more matches left to play before all is said and done and the dust has settled down. But realistically speaking, East Conference 2 pretty much what we expected,
yeah.
I guess. I don't know.
I mean, we said that Cumberland, you know, I guess we're the slight underdog coming into it, right? But again, you plug in the sub, and you hate to sing the song too much, but again, that just, it goes to show, like I said, you don't want to overplay it, but you don't want to underplay it either. Conwa and the impact he makes for the team, that's not to shine negative light on the other 3 players on the team or what, you know, Core was able to come in and try to do here tonight. It is just simply talking about the impact that he has on this roster. Again, you know that you're missing that leadership, not only stuff that appears on the scoreboard, but the intangibles and the communication and the ability to rally the troops there. Nothing going for them. The first map you see there at the bottom, 250 to 215, and it very quickly dropped like like it was hot there for Baldwin Wallace, unable to rebound after that, and this one slipping away from him in probably a rather frustrating fashion, I'd have to imagine.
Yeah, 100%. I'm sure they'll be able to bounce back stronger and better than ever. But I will say this, they are definitely going to miss Conwa on this team. So the sooner they can get back, the better it will be for the Yellow Jackets. But yeah, that again was just a cut and dry, crispy 3-0 out of Cumberland. Those Phoenixes will be flying into a 2nd placed spot inside of their conference. They probably won't have to play Northwood, or at least St. Clair, early on in their bracket run. Still some other great teams around the A-Star League, the Varsity Division of Modern Warfare 2 to be had. But we'll send things to a break. When we come back, we'll get an interview with Cumberland, and we'll be able to set up our next best of 5 series. Don't go too far. Cumberland interview, the flip side of a break. folks, welcome back here. If you just missed it, well, you missed probably the fastest control on record here at NACE. A quick 3-0 on a fortress control of all maps. Might have well been a perfect send-off, should we say, if we never see that control map ever played out again here on a NACE broadcast. We are joined now, though, by Bondi from Cumberland for a nice interview. Gentlemen, hello, everybody. Congratulations on the win. But realistically speaking, that was probably the most one-sided control on Fortress I think I've ever seen in my life. What are your thoughts from that entire series?
Well, as soon as we heard that Connell wasn't playing, we picked Fortress Control. But I think if he was playing, then it would have been a lot closer. But honestly, overall, just GG's to them. I know you guys did lag out of the S&D, right?
Yeah.
At the end. I got a shout at Eli here in the green. He did 1v4 in the last round of the S&D.
Hey.
So
Hey,
shout out
okay.
to Eli for 1v4ing. But I mean, yeah, overall, GG's to those guys, man. I really wish we could have played Con. It would have been a lot closer, but GG's.
Yeah, absolutely. So, I mean, you know, despite this matchup, it was a good one to win and kind of get into that 2-seeded spot. What's your guys' mentality going into the postseason? I guess kind of a open-ended question to an extent, or loaded question. Is your guys' mentality riding high going into the postseason? What are you guys thinking your run could look like? Just what are the confidence levels in the team camp right now?
I mean, our confidence is pretty high, I'd say, but you know, Northwood is always going to be at the end of the tunnel. But when we play people like that, I mean, at the end of the day, we have nothing to lose when we play Northwood. You know, I mean, they're all like really good. They're like probably best collegiate COD team like as of right now. So, but I mean, we have nothing to lose versus those guys. If we come out and play well versus them, that's great. But I mean, postseason, we're just gonna be confident and play our game.
Definitely. So I guess just to kind of piggyback off of that, is there anything specifically in game you're trying to work on to improve, as far as even like expanding map pool or different strategies, or is everything just kind of keeping vibes high, keeping chemistry rolling?
Yeah, we're actually trying to improve our S&D. Usually we're horrible at S&D. Like not even we're usually dropping most S&Ds we play. But you know, we've been trying to improve our S&D a lot. For map pool, we can't play Hydro to save our life. We just auto veto that. So that's probably something we should improve, you know. We can't deal with the water routes, you know. It just gets to us every time. But other than that, our map pool is pretty solid. We used to only pick Fortress and Hotel for most series, but now we're kind of gone into the Embassy hardpoints a lot more into the Embassy S&Ds as well. But overall, just maybe fixing the mistakes on Hydro as well as El Asilio. We can't play that map either. That's an auto veto for us every time. But fixing those maps up and improving the S&D as well, you know, because we're pretty confident in our hardpoints as well. So
that's awesome.
Oh, yeah. Last thing I have to ask, you know, with playoffs just around the corner, what are the aspirations for the boys going into the playoffs?
Playoffs for NACE and CCL both. You know, we're just gonna whoever we play, it doesn't matter who we play, we're gonna play the same way. No matter what the names are on the scoreboard, we're gonna play the same way every time. So we're just gonna practice as much as we possibly can and just implement all that into our game. So.
Absolutely. Well, congratulations, guys, on the win here. Second seed
Appreciate
going forward and into the playoffs out of the East, second conference. But again, congratulations and good luck in the playoffs as well. I think you guys are going to be a dark horse to look out for.
Appreciate it.
Absolutely. All right, well, that'll do it for our first best of 5 series. You know, again, very open shut, done and gone with the wind. About as quick as me at the time. So that'll be it for that. St. Clair up next, going up versus Wichita State. Cash, it should be a fun one, but closing thoughts on this series before we send it to a break.
Yeah, I think Dark Horse, as you kind of slipped in at the end, is definitely a great way to describe them, right? It's not a team that maybe is at the tip of the tongue for a lot of people in these conversations. A lot of people like to talk about the teams at the top, but again, kind of this mid to top pack, as you've put it at times, is definitely one to watch out for. I think some teams can really sneak into that conversation, and this is definitely one of them, especially given the show they put on here.
Absolutely. 2 undefeated teams on the flip side of a break. St. Clair trying to stay undefeated in their record and their map count. On the opposite side of Wichita State, they're trying to take over the first division in the East and guarantee themselves a first playoff spot. We'll be back here for the NACE Star League on the flip side of a break. Don't go too far. Awesome. wouldn't be much of an end of the regular season without taking two more undefeated showcase match teams, with Wichita State once again trying to best the undefeated St. Clair Saints roster. Cash, we always talk about it. It's always a grift if. But yesterday, once again, St. Clair showed their prowess against the New Mexico State roster. But here are the rosters for both of these teams. Bendy, Blaz, Priestley, Brandon, and Relays. Tonight we will be seeing of course, Bendy, Priestley, Brandon, and Relays. Then on the opposite side, J-Class, Frenzy, Peach, Cannon. Of course, Cannon will be the one that we do take off that list. We'll see J-Class, Frenzy, and Peach. Regardless of that, Amber, you know, and I think what will be a stark contrast to the last series we played, Wichita State has been a surprising team this far in the year, but the fact that they're undefeated at this point does speak volumes to kind of what they're doing over there with their program. But St. Clair is going to be a different beast to tame. Being able to take down the Griffins is, well, again, no short and strong task that you're going to be able to have to overcome. A tall order, if you will, word to a BZ.
Yeah, it's one where they're undefeated not only in the record, but in map count as well, not having dropped a single map this entire season, and really cementing themselves in the conversation of, okay, these guys could win a national championship. I mean, if we zoom in with St. Clair for a second and talk about them, you and I in December in Philly got to cast them against Northwood, where again, you know, to put it roughly and bluntly, at no point did they look really comfortable or able to take that series. Northwood was just at another level coming into this year. We asked of St. Clair, hey, we need to see you hit that level if you really want to be in that conversation of, yeah, these guys could win it all. Well, at this point in the regular season, it being the last week, having seen them for a majority of the season, even live on broadcast, I think it's safe to say that they're there.
Yeah, we got a nice little hotel sandwich for us, but I do agree with that regard, because this season has been like kind of a prove it year, especially with Priestley having his last hurrah. It's kind of like a thing where you're taking a back seat and just kind of in I don't want to say in awe of, like, you know, what St. Clair been able to do. But it's nice to just see a team just come back with the same group of four from last year and then hit a different stride, be able to shove their way back into the top. And like a lot of people ask, like, you know, again, going from a Vanguard game to a Modern Warfare 2 game, is this team going to be able to play with the same grit that they did last year? Yeah, you know, getting to the national championship game is great. However, you have to be able to win it for people to be able to remember you as the champions. Northwood, yes, they got 2 maps off of them. Cool. But Northwood, once again, still continued to get better this year, as did St. Clair. So as much as it is a kind of a nice, beautiful picture that we're painting for St. Clair, really all it comes down to is taking on Northwood again and potentially what the grand finals matchup will be.
Absolutely so. And, you know, as we sized them up and talked about, you know, the Titans that are St. Clair at this point, you had mentioned that Wichita State, they have strung together an impressive season here. And this is one where they have the ability to, I guess, just to start small, right, be able to take maps off of the St. Clair team. I think the weakest point, maybe the point that they could find the most success, would be the search and destroy. If they can come out and try to take that, won't be an easy task even at that regard. But it's one that, I guess the first question you ask is, who's going to go toe-to-toe with Priestley as far as slaying is concerned? Really, all 4 players will be a threat. And of course, Wichita State have their repertoire of players as well. But again, Priestley, you said he's having his last hurrah. He's really having a year to remember through this regular season. One that, again, someone for Wichita State is going to have to step up, go toe-to-toe, and find a way to really rival and best his team in the slaying department early on.
Yeah, I mean, we talked Priestley yesterday. Just let's talk about control. Again, you know, St. Clair, we can talk about, you know, hardpoint, S&D. We can talk about all 3 modes for them at any given time, because they're still undefeated in the modes, and they've been extremely good across the board throughout the entire season. But yesterday, 43 kills in a single control from Priestley against New Mexico State. That might have been the greatest control performance I think I've ever seen, or at least the best slaying performance in a control. So yeah, that was pretty damn cool to watch.
Absolutely. So we're going to toss things to a quick break real quick. On the other side of it, we'll be back with more of the action, but don't go too far. We'll be back in just a minute.
Map number 1, Embassy Hardpoint St. Clair. This has been their playground in recent on stream here in Nace. We'll see what Wichita State can go ahead and garner up against the likes of this big, bold, and broad St. Clair roster. It always imposes their will on the opposition. Again, you know, Wichita State has a chance in this series, but being undefeated not only in their record, but in their map count as well. St. Clair has hit a different level of Call of Duty this season. So, will it be enough in map number 1 to challenge things off? Well, the hard point, flawless for St. Clair. We'll just have to wait and see. Point number 1, going to be contested here by St. Clair early on. We'll see Wichita State trying to scatter to different points of the map to get themselves some opportunities.
More and more as Embassy plays, teams are finding ways to get more P1 time. There's so many lanes and different cuts and windows you have to lock down to try to get it, but the teams that have it figured out can walk away with upwards of 30-40 points at times that we've seen, but priority still will be on the bottom right-hand corner of the map, where P2 will be. St. Clair going to try to get across to influence spawns there. Wichita going to try to hold on and do what they can to retain those for 20 seconds now. St. Clair working through Embassy side. They're going to try to influence St. Clair about now.
And you see how Priestley and Blaze play there together. It's just pretty. That's the story of the St. Clair roster. It's how they play around the map with one another and what they're able to do because of that. And it's just awesome to see this roster continue just to hit new strides every single time that they step on the map. Priestley going to have his AR out, trying to find class here for a moment. He's got Brandon working along with him. Semtech's going to force a few players back and off, but it's a nice little trade that does come through. 3-1 is going to allow Wichita to at least maintain themselves that back bottom right portion of the mini-map. St. Clair once again on the push forward, 30-5, 45 seconds left here in P2.
Good push between Milk Truck side and Wichita State trying to get grouped up and in position for different routes to be taken. Pinstripe kill feed, but favoring Wichita State before they finally get the big blow and are finally able to push the St. Clair team back. Spawns now pushing towards that top side of the map, and you see Blaze on a route trying to get through the back to get the last 25 or so seconds, but everyone else going to be putting effort on P3 class already in and through staircase.
This is going to be the first point of contact here for St. Clair. Sun's going to be out. Another player challenging up the backside ladder. Should allow class to be weakened up here in just a second. Is going to be at 32 HP and looking for another challenge from the right side. Snaps up. Nice little pop challenge. Is going to find relays, but it's out through the doorway. It's Priestley who's there for a nice little double of his own. A third one up for challenge. Jake will finally get the best of him with the help from Frenzy. And now everybody from St. Clair starting to push back across the sky bridge and getting to the point.
They've got numbers here on the push as well. Frenzy, the only one left. Everyone pushing through orange and top catwalk side. Frenzy still able to survive, waiting for teammates to get into a split spot. Will finally come in to maybe help them get reinforcements to the point. Peach doing what he can from below. This class looks to get on the point, but Wichita State, we said they had to go toe-to-toe slaying. They had to survive the first couple of breaks of onslaught for the St. Clair team, and they've done just that, keeping things to a 10-point game.
Nice in from St. Clair, though, with 35 seconds left here in the hill. He'll get them some solid time. Be able to build their lead just a bit further. Peach out into the hill, looking for a few, but it's through the doorway that Relays is going to be able to get the best of Peach as he got the contestation timer on his screen. Had the information where the player was. Now you'll see Priestley and Blaze looking to make their way over towards that south side of the map to really make a good break here on St. Clair. Peach going to pop himself a little dead silence, start to make his way around, but it's Frenzy who will open things up. Comes the first green arrow down, and that's going to allow Wichita State to have the man advantage here at the hill, but it's quickly shut down as Priestley. Relays finds it.
Now they're into the back, wreaking havoc of their own. Peach the only one left alive and not going to be able to do too much before his teammates can get back over. At least able to find a kill. Jake able to get another. So again, just one player left for St. Clair on the site. We're going to be pushing to the top side as a foot race to send reinforcements in. But for now, Saints are garnering time.
Three through the one doorway. They're all going to funnel through. Priestley up for one. Jake the second. Hey there, Bobby. You can't all funnel through the same doorway and have success against St. Clair. And when you give the information of exactly where you are on the map, they are going to make you pay. First 30 seconds going to the side of the Griffins. As Brandon's up in the middle of the map right now and finding Peach. It's all going to be about that coveted bottom left portion of the mini-map where we'll get inside the kitchen. With St. Clair getting themselves out to a nice chunk of change here in a sparing lead, Wichita State, they have to have a money hill here.
They're constantly without numbers at a given site. Whenever they get caught down in rotation, it just leaves them outnumbered. When St. Clair group up for their push, it's going to be a 3v2 on time for now. Class is able to walk away with a couple, which is a good thing as the hill pops. But again, Priestley quick on a trade. Peach able to clean things up. So for once, they win the numbers battle. Only one player on time has to hold on before teammates can get in. You see Jake trying to lock down the cross, but everyone for St. Clair spawning, Tennis spawning close, and now working their way back through. You said it needs to be a full 60. They're off to a decent start with the first 20.
And you love what they do there. They play a bit passive. They allow the first 20 seconds to go to the side of Wichita State, but that first kill that Brandon gets while standing up on top of Tennis, he'll be able to start making his way up the map with the rest of the team. And then it's a 4 versus 3 on the hill. Another one gets cut down 4v2, and then they just make it their field day around the point. Frenzy will get absolutely clapped there by Relays. Headshot going to be able to finish up the kill. Class is out of the hard point, but it's now another break that can be on here from St. Clair. A beautiful double from Relays gets him in for the time. And with 15 seconds left, it's just a hop, skip, and a throw across for the next hard point. Both teams should be fighting for the last bit of scrap here.
What St. Clair does so well, and you had touched on at the beginning, they play off one another. They continue to give themselves, you don't talk about man advantage as much as you blatantly talk about it in a search and destroy, but that's the best way to describe how St. Clair is playing. You had said it best. They found themselves a way to get a 4v3 situation and won it from there, whether it be through trades or someone like Relays going on a 4 spree. They distribute the workload so evenly. Everyone knows what they need to do no matter what map they step into, and that's why we're seeing them double up the score line to that of Wichita State. Shockers trying to scramble, trying to find anytime they can on P1, but if they don't get a good hold here, if anything, lose rotation to P2, this game could be put out of reach.
The problem here for Wichita State is they feel scrambled on the map right now. They don't have control of where St. Clair is spawning, and that's the difference in the score line between these teams right now. A few of these hills, if they can get out, rotate early, start influencing the spawns in the way that they can force it to happen, it requires a couple one-on-one gunfights, and they got themselves, where they want to be. Seems simple. In practice, not so much. Over towards the back right, Class will be cut down. Priestley is going to be there with his big, bold AR in hand. Frenzy hops on out. Some good shots are going to be in, weaken a few up, but at least for now, Wichita State have themselves out nice in an early rotation.
As you said, though, just no certainty on where the Saints are coming from, given that they don't have map or spawn control themselves. So continuing to be just a foot race from any corner of the map for either of these teams, and the 1v1s leaning the way of St. Clair as this goes on. For now, the first 15 seconds, again, you get if you're Wichita State, but 15 seconds to the back 45, not quite going to be good enough. They need a more substantial amount of time here as this game looks to wane the way of St. Clair. Applying pressure to the front, Relays locking things down from the outer lane. Onto the 4 spree again, I thought had the snap. Teammates were there on the trade.
Nice little bit of breathing room here for St. Clair. They can turn back around over towards the right. Class will be the one out for a challenge. Throws a Semtex down, but Blaze is just going to jump straight across as he knows the next challenge will be coming from the middle of the map if there is going to be one. These last 15 seconds, St. Clair can just go ahead, pull themselves out, and they've also got themselves set up into the top left portion of the map as Brandon is continuing his reign of terror. Class out onto the objective. He's going to have to go massive for 2, maybe a third. He's going to open things up, but it's Blaze who's there with a cruise missile. However, the work has been done. Class gives Wichita State the in. The top of the hill for now is going to be theirs.
Kill feed starting to swing more and more their way, but they are being very decently outslayed by St. Clair. Maybe this will be the turnaround that they need to rally things back. Better late than never. Again, the numbers looking to swarm for St. Clair. Relays Brandon finds who lays up the ladder for free and is going to get the time. You give them an opening, they'll take it every day of the week. St. Clair now on the point with 35 still on the board.
Such a big power in there from Blaze too as he gets on that head glitch. Forces the gunfight up the staircase. Wichita State, they had the in. They had their moment. Unfortunately, it just got shut down as St. Clair was too good to fight them back to the punch. Now as Priestley's just looking for alerts to the middle of the map. You can see where everybody's attention is focused now. Class, another quick double. Tries to snap to the third. Nobody out the back doorway for the challenge just at the moment. It is Wichita State who have themselves set up again first. We've seen this time and time again. Still 10 seconds left for St. Clair to make their move back over towards the hill. It's going to be very difficult for them to hold this one through.
One good break and a decent setup, they could put this game away. Just 30 seconds needed, and for Wichita State, you can't dare take a step outside of the point. Risk losing any more position than St. Clair going to try to take. Here go the gunfights on the point. Class opens up with 2. How does St. Clair respond?
20 and 20 from Jake, 22 and 21 here from Class, and this Frenzy looks for Priestley. Priestley will make him pay for the gunfight challenge. And with only 30 seconds left here needed for St. Clair to take map number 1, they have all the time they need to garner here left inside of this hard point. Out towards the doorway, Jake will fall. Class falls as well. 20 seconds left for St. Clair, and all the gunfights continuing to go their way.
Gotta get in. You gotta fly. Gunfights getting won by St. Clair at any portion of the map. Frenzy may be the only one able to slip through, but you've got to contest for a while. He's going to be the only one here, and that's even if he gets some time.
Frenzy's going to be inside of it. He'll win the gunfight 1 versus 1 there onto Priestley, but his blast is going to be here as well. Relay still trying to make their way into the point. It's a 1 versus 1 on rotation now for the next 3 seconds of this game. If Wichita State can hold on, it's going to be nice, but unfortunately Jake will be the one to fall. Blazes will be there, and St. Clair will take a very cut and clean map number 1 against Wichita State to give them a 1-0 advantage in the best of 5 series.
Clinical out of St. Clair is what you come to expect on a map like, well, he said Embassy's become their playground here as of late. I'm not sure what map isn't at this
That's
point,
fair.
but yeah, but watching them on this map has definitely been a sight to behold. I think a bigger talking point, everyone within, what, 2 kills for St. Clair? I can't stress enough that one of my favorite stats is becoming how evenly teams can distribute the workload. I mean, sure, you also have, 2.5 minutes of hill time garnered by Blaze while also contesting for one of the top fraggers on the team. Again, a double negative performance out of Frenzy, as well as Peach, not going to bode well for you, but the way that St. Clair find a way to balance things amongst all 4 players, knowing that they still have room to pop off is insane. Again, I think that's the best way to shape it up, is everyone's going to put down consistent numbers, and someone can still rise above and drop a 40 bomb in a control at times, and that's just got to be the most horrifying thing on the other side.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, I hope you packed your bags, as we got a 3-night stay at hotel coming up for 2, 3, and 4. Of course, we need to go the distance for map 4, but the search and destroy up next after this map 1. Well, it's obviously telling for a few reasons. First and foremost being the fact that, well, if Wichita State don't clean this up here, well, they'll probably lose that control, just going to be honest. But if St. Clair continue to roll like they have throughout the entirety of the year, this one should be another quick, clean, and concise 3-0 sweep, which once again will secure them that number 1 seed going into playoffs for the first conference out of the East. Cash, it's been a really good year for St. Clair. We've hyped them up as saying like they're this team that has been just, so close last year. They needed to re-hit what they learned from the ending there and kind of extrapolate that into their gameplay this year. And now that we've come full circle and we're almost back for them to fight for another national championship, you've got to be happy for what St. Clair have done.
Absolutely so. I mean, we know how hard the conversation was talking to even their coach Zarin after the loss, and just saying that they feel they missed the mark. They didn't come to play that day and really just couldn't best Northwood, and feeling that defeated after a tough loss, it's only going to do one of 2 things, right? It's going to send you into a spiral of despair and, you're never going to, really get anywhere with your season. Or like with most competitors, it's going to just ignite this fire, put this hunger in you to say, we know the feeling of what that loss was in person on LAN last year. We don't want that to be the same. We want to be on the other side of that. They know what they have to do. They know how they have to improve week in and week out. And again, we've had them a couple of times on broadcast. We've been able to interview them a couple of times this year, and Bendy is constantly talking about, we're just got our eyes set on what the mission is for the end of the year. We all know what needs to be done. No one is wavering. No one is not, again, pulling their weight. They really have everything all good in the team camp. It would have to be some miraculous upset for things to go haywire. As long as it's in their control, I fully expect them to beat a LAN or just in a grand final setting.
Yeah, I mean, they're making the most of their online appearances this year. It was something they did last year, but they struggled at a few turns to really capitalize on everything that they possibly could have. This year in this turnaround has been great for this Canadian team. And again, I do think that they'll probably be back in another grand final, so I don't think it'll be too shy of anything spectacular. Just talking about the search and destroy though in particular, Wichita State, again, out of all the maps that they have played, this is their undefeated mode. This is their best map mode combo throughout the entirety of NACE so far this year. So if they're able to take this, I don't think anybody would be too surprised, but it still would be a bit shocking to force a map loss onto a St. Clair team that is just this close, only 2 more maps away from completing a perfect season, of course, before playoffs come around.
Absolutely. It's one that for Wichita State, if you can pull it off, again, you'd still have to find a way to get a respawn, right? Let alone win 2 search and destroys against this team, or 2 respawns, whatever route they decide to take. It's not an easy one at that, and that's not to say they aren't capable, but again, even just talking about Wichita State, where they have faltered or dropped maps throughout the season, all of them have started with an opening map 1 loss, and that's wherever they've been pushed to a game 5 or had to win it in 4. So sure, they've had the bounce back ability to take those series, but again, where they have dropped maps, starts in that map 1, you see that they get off to a slow start. They aren't able to hang with the pacing of St. Clair. So the Search and Destroy does need to be a good turnaround for them if they want to, not only level out the series, but keep themselves within striking distance of taking a series lead. As important as that map 1 was to get off on the right foot, even more importance is going to be put on this map too.
100%. And again, we talked about St. Clair been on broadcast multiple times. Well, we've seen them play Search and Destroy on Hotel a plethora of times. I can at least count 2 in recent memory. What this team loves to do is just bully ball you out of the A site on offense every single time. Like, sure, they might take a wayward push over towards B and catch you off guard, which they could do in the first round. But they love to make sure that they can get at least 2 people up onto that A bomb, and they'll just hit out bottom bedroom, or they'll hit up the staircase over towards the left by P6, completely cut out everybody else, and then it's just a GG from the round there, because they don't allow time for a flank to develop. They know that they need to hit something quick, and if they don't hit that quick, then the other team gets so much map positioning because they can get up in the north side of the map, clear out restaurant, and then get back over towards the A site. It's a very smart and simple thing that you would think a lot of teams would be able to do, but nobody is just that confident in being able to clear out different angles and different lanes and have the trust in their teammates that St. Clair does.
Yeah, and I haven't said it in a while, but that's what separates even good teams from great teams, is intent versus execution. The St. Clair team is their best iteration of having the intent to do a play and then continuing to execute it and find success behind it. I also think, with their Search and Destroy, Bendy is one of the most efficient collegiate snipers that we've seen. What he's able to do with a sniper rifle, nothing feels impossible. Even if it's a man down situation, can find a way to walk away with. Even 1 pick with a sniper is great, and you think, okay, that's an efficient sniper. You find 1 pick around, great. He's finding 2 pieces. He's snapping on people, quick scoping. It doesn't matter. Very confident with that in hand. Expect that defensively, even offensively, of course, but you think defensively, maybe playing that top platform side to try to find picks over at the A site. Either way, it doesn't matter what facet of this team you're facing, what angle you decide to take, you are going to have to earn every inch of map that you want to take, and you're going to have to really sweat for every single gunfight as well.
Yeah, absolutely. As much as I want to say Wichita State has a chance here in the second map, all the signs, all the data, everything on paper that we have is telling me that I shouldn't have faith in them. But again, what fun would that be if I didn't have the availability to have at least some sort of tenacity in my thought for this Wichita State roster. We'll set things to a break so you don't have to hear us babble any longer. When we come back, the second map in the Search and Destroy will be upon us. we're keeping the vibes high here on the downtime that we have between maps 1 and 2. Wichita State, not a close map 1 against St. Clair. The Griff Diff was in full effect yet again, but here on the Hotel Search and Destroy, Wichita State will look to bounce back in a series that they're trying to tie up and take the first map off of St. Clair that any team has not been able to do throughout the entirety of the season. Jake on screen now. Offensive hit here from Wichita State. It looks preliminarily, at least, that it will be going over towards this A site. Will it be a very quick hit that we're typically going to see out of St. Clair? Or will they play a bit more passive and try to weaken something up for an opening blood here? Mentioned it beforehand. Plays beautiful sniper. He's going to have it out yet again.
Able to connect for the first blood. Gonna be man disadvantaged now. Working towards this A site, and again, keep your eye on Priestley. Watching this mid cross, but look to see him try to slip the net here in a moment. Class is at least able to make things even at 3-3. What do your island players do? How do they wrap back and get into the play? Each versus Priestley could be happening in mere moments, but for now, Wichita State all stagnant here.
Look for Priestley to kind of keep his positioning in the middle of the map, make sure nobody can cross over towards that A bomb. As you can see, Class was trying to make his way forward. Should have had the audio cue that he backed off over towards the bar area to the safety of his teammates. Harboring. Crazy kill that does come in. Blaze is able to pop up to find one. Class somehow doesn't walk away with a gunfight, and now can just look for the leg. Beautiful there. 3 in the round. Could find the 4th, but his teammate's able to clean things up. It's cut and dry here on the defense. And St. Clair, skywalk into a first round win.
It's just hard whenever you commit to the A site and then unfortunately can't find any kind of opening to make that plant easier. Tough when you're stuck in that corner and St. Clair can just pick you apart from there. They come out business as usual with the stout defensive round. Now on the offensive try, we'll see what site they lean, but I'm going to go on a limb and say the world's their oyster to choose from.
The sniper out here on offense. Everybody wrapped up, ready to execute the hit here over towards the A site. Trophy system down immediately, but it's Jake's return to retaliate with the sniper. He's able to find Brandon out here early on. 3 versus 3, relays his counterattack, leaving out the life count with 1:10 left on the board.
Same thing. Stagnant push, but again, the difference is St. Clair not scared to make this flip, not scared to make the call that they want to push towards B. You see Peach backing up, maybe could aid to give him some audio cues here momentarily, but as Dead Sounds has popped for a couple players, they're going to try to march forward, and no one for Wichita State even batting an eye.
This is so unfortunate too, because Peach had the right idea, trying to back off closer over towards B, but he's going to pop the dead silence of his own. Problem is, there's 3 players inside of the site. He's by his lonesome with no reinforcements left, so wants to hop through the doorway, he can. Potentially good timing here. We'll be able to open the door up, but won't find anything with it, so that'll force him all the way back, and they'll have to wait for the rest of his teammates to get back across the map for this even to be a challenge back over towards the door. Relays up and down, trying to find Class. Shadows are going to be in. Semtex will cut one down, but it's going to be weakened up. Peach and Jake now for 2. It's all left alive to Priestley in a 1 versus 2 to try and save the round here for his teammates. Peach inside of the doorway. First one, shots are good. Priestley tries to snap to the seconds, but it's Jake who's able to go ahead, get his team on top, and Wichita State, they'll have their first round on the board.
Way to play that together. I mean, Jake finds 3 in the round. Not only that, but again, works across the map, develops a good pinch and waits for his teammate. Great ability to trade there and get a good round response out of them. One that looked rather dire given that it was a, 1v3 over at the side initially. They stay cool, calm, and collected and end up getting the round.
Always nice to see a hit back over towards the B site that actually is executed well. On the defensive side, typically you'll see the team that gets there and gets the bomb down first will typically end up winning that round, just how difficult the gunfights can be, especially when you have players snaking inside of that kitchen. Regardless, though, offensive hit back over towards A. St. Clair will take a different approach this time through, split the map and try to spread out through the middle. Once again, won't allow anybody to cross up just yet, but you'll see the transition for now. Blaze and the sniper set up shop in middle map.
Priestley now hitting more timely route through the back, but Peach once again trying to keep an eye out for it. Here we see the shots being out, not going to connect with anything for now, but the Shockers find themselves in the same position they were last time. Gonna try to get this bomb down, maybe try to stretch it for a moment, but you can just tell they are not super comfortable. Should be able to get the stick here, depending on the timing the Blaze gets, and yeah, gonna reposition. That's gonna be the call into Brandon, and it's just so tough without that opening.
Here comes the re-break. Jake tries with the sniper to find one in the back lines. Won't be able to snipe onto it just yet. Blaze, though, will fall this time through. 2 versus 3, bomb not down. over on the A site, and Wichita State here on offense. Scrambled, discombobulated, waiting for a hit to happen through the back line, and Jake will pop dead silence. Maybe a bit early here as he tries to take another gunfight through the middle of the map. Priestley walks away with a gunfight. Now it's a 1 versus 3 here from Frenzy. He's able to find one, but with 15 seconds left, not only do you have to find these last 2 players, but you have to get the bomb and get it down over an A.
Neither of which going to happen. Maybe you can find a kill here, but that even won't be the case. St. Clair, play it patient, win their 1v1s, walk away with their second defensive round.
Let's play from relays here, just to sit back on the head glitch. Wait for anybody to make their mark forward. Again, I mean, Cash, you know, sometimes it can translate to great success. Other times, another team is just able to overcome what happens after that first blood. But these picks in the rounds have been so crucial through 3, just like they were in the previous series beforehand. Now as Wichita State is back to the defensive side, St. Clair trying to get themselves their first offensive round win on the board and their second in a row. Class will be down below the bedroom. Jake looking for the snipe yet again. He's forced to back all the way off as this time St. Clair puts pressure on those players. And if they wanted to, as long as Class gets cut down, he should be able to get this bomb down today.
The stun is able to connect with Frenzy at couches, so they know someone will be here. That's why you see relays playing so deep, maybe for the push through check-in. Priestley just waiting for someone to get over aggressive, waiting for someone to get antsy. You can tell Class is thinking about it, but holding the line for now, and no one making a move just yet. Expect things to go down here in just a few short moments.
Yeah, the defense, they might be rewarded for their patience here in relays. Unfortunately, Frenzy will slide up below his barrel, which will give him some good timing. In the first blood on the board for defense, Wichita State have spread the map out perfectly for themselves, but this is going to give one the opportunity to get across to the bomb site. Priestley on the A bomb. Up top, they don't realize that Jake is there, and he'll make him pay for it. However, it's going to be 45 seconds left in a 1 versus 4. Brandon, the last one alive here, just trying to play the time. First one up the staircase will be able to walk away with a gunfight win, but he doesn't realize that someone has slipped the knot and is directly below him. They give him time to challenge and weaken up just a bit. However, it is Peach that walks away with the final gunfight in the round. So, as quickly as that went down, Wichita State were able to refrag back. Have a nice little retake for themselves.
Jake's been kind of everything for the Wichita State side and them finding success. It was 3 kills on the wrap back towards the B site to help play the trade and end up getting the final defuse there. Again, with the sniper, is able to sniper and pistol combine for a couple right after the bomb gets planted. So really pulling the team along in this one. Everyone else still being able to find trades and be effective enough throughout the map. And yeah, we're all tied up at 2-2 here. No team making any kind of dramatic or drastic adjustments to try to find more unorthodox ways of success, at least through 4.
Doors to the bottom, trying to make their way on up. Blaze is going to be the first gunfight here. Class will do a wonderful job of being able to bunny hop across. Sure, Brandon gets a trade, but if you're on the offense right now, you are quite happy with being able to shut down the middle map pressure that St. Clair was trying to force out at you. Class with the bomb in hand. Shouldn't get too aggressive here. Knows that if he dies, will force his teammates to be in a bad position around the map. Brenda's up in top of the bedroom with 54 seconds left. Bomb over by the safe site. Nobody willing to give themselves a peek away as Brandon is able to trade the 2v2.
And the lack of objective play has just been so tough for Wichita State offensively. Class still running and gunning people. But again, not having this bomb down, sure it is a 2v1 here. It's definitely made things a bit harder for them. Brandon gonna back all the way off. It'll be a 1v2 retake if they look to try to put bomb down. They could just go hunting for this kill. Who knows if this will work out?
It might work out. Will Brandon be able to get the good timing? They push up to the top of P6 and wrap back over towards A. The problem here for Brandon is he only has a trophy system to work with. No dead silence, so he's gonna have to play slow, steady, and quiet all the way back over for an A retake with no information on where the Wichita State players are.
And they planted that for their side. But as you said, he has to play this so slow. Both players are going to be up here. Maybe hearing something. Maybe just trying to find timing. But with this creep, I mean, it is bleeding the clock, and you've got knives on no one.
I mean, I was going to say, if he gets up the ladder, maybe he has an opportunity to go for both of those kills. But it's planted for the opposite side, Brendan. You now know this. You can look to the other side of the map to see if anybody's going to be able to make a push out here. With nobody able to be back on the bomb here, he's just going to take his time. Hopefully ride the 2 spree that he has left into the sunset. As Class challenges over towards the left, it should be a nice double challenge here from Wichita State. In a moment, he'll stay down, get the information on where Jake is. You'd just love to stay down, play your streak, go on to the next round with 3 straight.
2 straight rounds for Wichita State, and the first offense that we've seen. Unlucky that you'd think if Brandon had dead, he maybe had the opportunity to make a play, but just couldn't get anything going. couldn't generate any kind of steam in that one.
It was a perk maybe, right?
Yeah, you would think that might make things easier for sure.
I guess it is that tactical trade-off in a sense, though.
Mm-hmm.
Offensive hit here. Priestley bomb in hand. You see the middle of the map being spread out. This time, Blaze will win the sniper gunfight. Jake will fall all the way in towards the back. As the player on the dolly now dead. Wichita State left in a 3 versus 4. Bomb down at A. 45-second restriction on them to retake over towards the site, and Blaze once again up close with the sniper trying to jump challenge on the class in the top. Big Peach, nice little trade back. 3 versus 3 and a retake on.
Map control for Wichita State as well. Everyone kind of backed up and off the site for St. Clair. This is the best time for Wichita State to collapse and try to find any kind of kills that they can. Gunfight's going down. Frenzy will win it around P2. Big Peach combines for another. Next thing you know, Brandon left in a 1v3, able to line up one, but Frenzy quick on the trade. Where Wichita State have numbers and opportunities, again, they're seldom given by St. Clair, but the Shockers have been taking them.
Yeah, that's 2 straight offensive rounds that St. Clair have been able to get over towards the A or the B bomb site and then allow Wichita State the opportunity to re-break onto them, which is typically something you don't see out of the Saints roster. So I don't know if it's a lack of communication, it's just people coming from different areas than they are expecting around the map. But I mean, credit to Wichita State, their guns are hot. They're being able to go in aggressively, find a few moments where they can get ahead with a little advantage. As these rounds continue to tick on, St. Clair needs to find something to adapt to on the map, or else it's going to be a Wichita State win in the search and destroy where they'll be able to stay undefeated, and St. Clair will take their first map loss of the year.
Now Wichita State, quick towards this B site. Your island player and Priestley going to be the only one here, but maybe Blaze hearing doors break. Nothing for now. You have Jake over there maybe making noise just to hold these players off, and Big Peach opened up with the kill. That should be the clearance. Go, go, go. Island player dead. Let's get this bomb down. It's going to be released. Next one on the scene.
I mean, now you cut down Priestley too. Big player off the board. And as this bomb is going to go down, Blaze across the map is going to find himself fallen. So 4 versus 2. Relays opens up the door, and now as Brandon's the last one alive yet again for St. Clair. Looking very close to a flawless round. However, Frenzy will be the first one to fall. There's still 34 seconds left. It's time to work with, but just not enough to be able to challenge in towards the kitchen and find all 4.
We'll see what he can do. As you said, that clock quickly dwindling. Like a heady. Try to rip someone off of it, and yeah, see where that leaves you. Jake not even going to give him the time of day. I mean, I'm not trying to cast or curse it, but this is hashtag shock the nation, am I right?
Absolutely. I mean, look, like you and I talked about it before we came into the series. We said, yeah, Wichita State will probably get 0-3'd here. And there's nothing bad about that. St. Clair is just a very, very strong team. But, you know, for a team to take a loss like this in a search and destroy against a very good S&D team, I think it's going to be eye-opening for them and what they can do going forward. So maybe it's a necessary win here for St. Clair, trying to turn, you know, something that's what would be an infraction on the record into something that could be positive. Regardless, though, there's still, you know, multiple rounds to be out left to play. But it's 3 players now from Wichita State over towards the bedroom side, 2 down below, 1 up and towards the top. Relay's trying to take some space in the middle of the map. His Frenzy's just playing in down below. They don't realize that someone slipped the net, though, as Blaze is in their backline. He could be good for at least 1. Tries to go for a second here, potentially. Second player around the corner will be able to cut him down off screen. That's going to be Class, making it a 3 versus 3 as the bomb goes down today.
And that's St. Clair's first blood in a while. Wichita State have simply been dominating in that column, and from there with man advantage, taking away map real estate from Wichita State, or excuse me, from St. Clair, imposing their will and tempo around the map. But now that you get the first blood, now that you give yourself a man advantage, St. Clair look to respond with around here 25 seconds and dwindling. Frenzy, though, knows he has to pick someone mid-map.
It was a risky play there for St. Clair to play so far stretched out across the map from one another. But now that Frenzy knows that he just has to chase down the player here in towards the restaurant, he doesn't have any time to get back across the map and realize we'll be able to win the 1 versus 1. So it works out this time. Spread across the map is going to allow them to at least give themselves a little bit of breathing room. Got to take it round by round from here on out. But Wichita State doesn't change the fact that they're still at match point here in the S&D.
That's where you hope you just business as usual. Do what you need to get the round 1. Don't overthink it. Don't switch up what's been working for you so well. Try to work that first blood. Try to take up space on the map like you have been. And as you said, for the Saints, it is round by round, doing what they do best. It's not the first time they've been put in a bind, but they've always been able to dig themselves out of it. Defensively, how do they look to get set up here? I mean, it's the same as usual game plan. continuing to remain the same.
Brandon's gonna be up top on the staircase, though. If he wins the 1v1 versus Frenzy, who's trying to push all the way up into their backside, it could be big. But once again, it's the sniper from the Wichita State side. Jake at 9-4, leading the way for this team. He has gotten so many first bloods already on St. Clair. And once again, here on defense, they're gonna be fighting for the backside forward. However, though, that makes it a bit easier as Brandon equalizes a 3 versus 3 for the both teams. 50 seconds left in the round. Bomb still yet to work onto the A side itself. Pretty damn close, and Brandon's trying to make some moves. Maybe cut down Class.
And that's tough because Class has been the bomb carrier the entire time, but also been their most forward-playing player. So when bomb goes down, you're going to have to come out of cover to try to scoop it and try and recover it. St. Clair playing around that, and you know Jake's left with a sniper. Big Peach makes things a 2v2, but you're going to get tagged up and backed up. Bomb needing to be scooped, 30 seconds left.
I mean, St. Clair just does not need to challenge anything right now. That they know that the bomb is going to be down here. They haven't seen anybody get back over towards A. Do they think the Rap is going back over towards the B side? That could be scary. It's picked up. Jake with the sniper up in towards the top. Now forces Brandon, who's been the best player on St. Clair here on this hotel search and destroy, into a 1 versus 2. 40 seconds left to make a move. Gonna spot Peach all the way around, but he's gonna give away his positioning. Now as Jake challenges with the sniper, he's forced all the way back. Big Peach not gonna give himself away just yet either, as he'll look to play back towards the middle of the map. Jake up top, sniper there. Shots from Brandon gonna ring out, but nothing can be found just yet, and he's gotta go. With only 24 seconds left, this is his only opportunity to make his way over towards the bomb site. Jake with the sniper, still up top, ripped off, but not weakened up enough to get the kill, and as Big Peach is around the corner, they're just trying to play around one another. Goodbye to the perfect map record. St. Clair, Wichita State will stay defeated, or excuse me, undefeated in the search and destroy, while St. Clair now have a blemish on their track record.
We said if this was a place they were going to do it, it would be in the search and destroy. And how about the performance from Jake? 11-4 with the sniper. Ringing out in the first bloods. Class, though, at 5-6, still finding ways to get aggressive and push that front line forward. Peach through the back, able to hold things down, and lackluster from the side of St. Clair. Brandon, sure, with the best record, but Brandon also left in several 1v situations where he was able to find a couple of kills. So again, you know, the best record, probably not by choice and probably not by preference, given the situations he was left in. But again, props to this Shocker squad who has simply come out and you know, made St. Clair play uncomfortable, got them out of tempo and out of sync, and simply took advantage of it.
Yeah, I think the last thing I want to kind of touch on before we send things to a short break is, like, you know, this is the first time we've seen St. Clair kind of feel a bit disheveled. Priestley, an unusually slow game, but that was forced by Wichita State's hand. He didn't choose to have a bad game. He was just getting bad timing, bad positioning, but that goes to show that Wichita State genuinely do have a solid and sound game plan when it comes to the search and destroy mode. So we're at least guaranteed 4 maps, so that 3-night stay here at the hotel is going to be completely fulfilled. We won't have any cancellation fees on the docket. So when we come back from a break, the control around the corner, don't go too far, and they Starlink will be back in just a bit. Welcome back, folks, to the A-Star League. Wichita State taking the first map all year that St. Clair has dropped. It was a search and destroy that keeps Wichita State undefeated in that mode, but that's the only mode that they have yet to drop here inside of the Star League so far this season. Again, this match right here basically decides the seeding overall for this pool, with, of course, St. Clair being at the top spot right now, but a win here for Wichita State would give them the head-to-head advantage were they to take the last couple maps that they needed. However, we go to a control where, once again, St. Clair has been very good all year long, and I don't think I need to remind you that yesterday Priestley dropped 43 in a single control against New Mexico State, where they were able to take that 3-2 over them. So that was on El Asilo Hotel, different beast, admittedly, but I think Wichita State have a bit of comfortability under their arms, and nothing scarier than a team with nothing to lose. They were supposed to lose this matchup coming into it, but the underdogs, they always want to bite back.
Absolutely so, and you're going to look for a turnaround performance out of Priestley, who's had a pretty dormant night. You know, I mean, the Embassy hardpoint, everyone played fairly well across the board. Search and destroy, though. Brandon, the only one with significant kills on and around the map, and like you said best, that's not because they didn't want to, that's just because Wichita State forced their hand at it through timings, through tempo changes and pacings around the map, got them disheveled, got them playing uncomfortable and out of rhythm, and got the map win for it. So again, you can't say enough props to Wichita State for how good their search and destroy has been this year, and to be able to take it off of a top tier team just kind of shows if they needed any kind of confirmation that, hey, they're playing right at the level they need to for it. So in the control, you stay on hotel, like you said, and it's one that the question still being asked and answered for both sides as far as, okay, St. Clair, if Wichita State continue to force you to play uncomfortable, how do you make an adjustment to get back in sync, back in rhythm? Is it a comms thing? Is it just individual fights around the map? What's that look like for them? And for Wichita State, you know, how do you up the slaying in a sense that you can hang with St. Clair? Because where a lot of these teams that maybe are the underdog, quote unquote, fall short is when you get to those respawn modes where teams really can exploit you and put you down. This is one where they have to show that they are, you know, able to make the calls and make the changes to keep them in it.
Well, I'll tell you this. The one way that you change that from map one is don't have two people go double negative. That helps.
That's a good start.
That's the great start, right? Aside from that, there's really not all that much else to say apart from that. Just to keep up with the slaying of St. Clair, you have to go from start to finish. You can't just, you know, have a lackluster start or a hot start and then, you know, either fall off or exceed throughout the rest of the map. You have to go right from the get-go. We saw that happen in the search and destroy. We'll see if it can happen here in the control. It's already an offensive hit here from the side of Wichita State onto this B zone, but it quickly gets shut down, snuffed out in only 15 seconds. A few lines have already dread off the board for Wichita State as Priestley continues to fly in towards the top of bedroom.
Shocker still putting pressure towards the side, maybe gonna lean towards A here off the next respawn block, but for now, keeping players, keeping presence as well. Blaze will see this player slip to the restaurant side, so that'll be the call to Priestley to, hey, maybe try to put some pressure. You don't know how many are over here, but at least one, stopping the clock, starting to earn this progress as mid-map awards.
Real life advantage. Clock stopped over at A. Class will be laying down, waiting for Priestley. Will walk away with a gunfight win. And towards the back line, you can see St. Clair not really wanting to send many defenses over to this A site. They know how difficult it can be to retake it. However, one good solid hitter, maybe some holds off rotation back over towards B would be good. Really what they want to do is just try to drain the clock out. And since they do have, I guess, a bit of a life advantage, wouldn't mind a contestation here or there, but I do like what Relays is doing. It's actually a player that has left the game here for St. Clair. So the curse continues, Amber. We are like actually cursed when it comes to these matches. I'm not gonna lie to you.
I know, genuinely. I don't know what would rectify it. There's something between us, but yeah, I mean, at least for now, we'll still keep watching. Continue playing up around here. 3v4 defensive hold. I mean, being honest, I have seen it done before in a different type of league, but impressive at that. So if anyone can do it, St. Clair are gonna try their hand at it, but Wichita pushing their way forward. Looking to stack the site here.
Say if it was Fortress, you know, maybe. But here on Hotel, with everybody stacked over on this B zone and nobody can get out of the backside spawn, I think it'll be a pretty cut and dry thing unless Priestley goes big. Brandon's going to be here, but Jake shuts him down at the last second to complete the final 6 that they needed. So A and B go through, but it was a 4 versus 3 for the latter half of that round after the first 2 ticks of progress that A went through. So yes, Wichita State does for the moment have themselves a 1-0 lead. We'll see what happens here. St. Clair are going to be able to try to bounce back from this.
Props to Wichita State for, again, the teamwork, that being one of their shining points ever since faltering in map 1, putting that at the forefront of things. And now we'll see all the players leaving for St. Clair, so we should be getting a reset here. We'll see again an update like you had said, but the score will be going after that round. But the Shockers have really strung together, again, good team play, plain and simply. The slang was always in question as far as can they keep up, but you can tell that their comms are in the right place. You can tell that they're aware of what they need to watch on the map. And again, playing at the level they are, I'm not trying to make this sound like this is a 1-6 team playing. Like, this Wichita State is a great team. You know, it's one that, again, they're still continuing to try to cement their name in the conversation of an upper echelon team for, you know, the spring semester. So I don't want to downplay it too much and make it sound like there's some team that isn't deserving of the success they find. They absolutely are. But again, we know what we've seen of St. Clair time and time again this season. So I guess it's one of those things where, again, you have to be tried and tried until it's true. And again, to see more consistency out of them in the respawns would definitely go that direction. And that's kind of just what we're waiting for, the last puzzle piece for the squad.
Yeah, absolutely. I did get word that we will be restarting from 1-0 up for Wichita State. So that first round will stand. So now it'll be on the side of St. Clair to fight from offense back to try and get to a 1-1 stat line. But regardless, I love the point that you make up, because, like, you know, again, like, as much as we would love to sit here and like hype up St. Clair as this big titan, which they are, you do have to respect the opposition in some regard as well. And you know, sometimes it doesn't seem like we're sharing as fair of a spotlight, and that might be kind of true here in this regard as well, because yes, Wichita State are undefeated in their own right. They are fighting for the top of this division, but opposed to St. Clair, where they hadn't dropped a map of any of the opponents that Wichita State has played. Wichita State has gone map 5, a couple map 4s here and there, which has then kind of changed the way that we see this team against St. Clair, who were pitch perfect against them. But again, like I said, you know, just before we went to a break and before we were about to start up the control, it's a matter of what are you going to bring to the table when you play against the best. Everybody wants to play their best when they're playing the best, and if you can do that for Wichita State, you can win the series. They showed that they can do that in the search and destroy, still undefeated in that mode. They've already won a control round here, albeit sure 2 or 3 versus 4, whatever you want to say, but they have the advantage here. A win's a win in my book, and if they can take that to a series win, well, GG.
Absolutely so. I mean, that round stands as it is. So again, yeah, call it what it is, but they have a 1 life advantage. They were able to secure both sides. So pressure will be on St. Clair to formulate a big response. One where, depending on how that round goes, right, could be feeling the heat to an extent. This is one where you know that this mental for St. Clair is tough, right? They're not going to get checked after 1 map. But again, probably a frustrating search and destroy loss, one that they didn't want to take. But you also see that, hey, Bendy's not in the mix, right? And, you know, it wouldn't be a night talking about St. Clair if you don't mention the fact that they have a 5-man roster. They don't like to be called, you know, a 4-man roster with a sub or 2. It is a 5-man roster where any player can get plugged in at any time. And I had kind of sized up Bendy's search and destroy play full well that he is not in tonight, right? So someone had to pick that up. Blaze was, you know, trying to with the sniper and doing a pretty decent job at it. But so many of these players, you sub things in and out, and for them, the mission is the same across the board. You just hope that they can string things together against a team that's kind of, again, ruffled their feathers is really the best way to put it. And for St. Clair, it's something that, again, no matter who's playing for them, they look to try to accomplish the same thing, and well, that's ultimately a win.
Yeah, well, we figured some things out up on the back end. We'll send things to another quick break. Again, we're sorry. I know you don't want to hear us babble and you want to see the gameplay. We do too as well. So don't go too far. It's just going to be a quick short break. Control on Hotel. Verdict has been reached. And it's what everybody thought it was going to be going into this next round. Wichita State up 1-0 over St. Clair. Green arrows on their offense attempt up and towards the north part of the map in the restaurant. Trying to go ahead and clutch up here. 2 kills already go their way, and that's the full A site cleared for them. So a 3 stack can get them a few ticks here, which should just be about good enough for an extra minute to be added onto the clock. Will Wichita State try to play their defenses back over towards the site? I would be a betting man to probably say no. Frenzy, I don't know what you're doing trying to solo challenge 3 players. That was stupid.
Yeah, it cost you a life there just to say, why not, I guess. And yeah, St. Clair marching their way across the map. Now trying to work their way towards this B site. Frenzy, though, at least is able to right his wrongs and find a couple off spawn, so that'll slow down this initial push for St. Clair. Spawns will be close enough. Decent about Peach playing around the staircase. Frenzy tries to be good for the 3rd, but St. Clair slowly poking and prodding their way towards B, at least on to stop the clock for now.
26 to 26, minute 45 left in the round. Blaze, nice little kill up and towards the top of the bedroom area. He waits to make his push out back over by P6. Everybody cleared out now from Wichita State, and you see one in below. Frenzy will get a nice snap up onto Blaze. Jake traded out immediately, and the dead silence is popped for the furthest player pushed up. Frenzy looks around the corner for a gunfight onto Relays. Will walk away with it with a big kill in his hands. Brandon in the middle of the map will get cut down too, so it's a 3-to-1 trade that allows Wichita State to remain control of this B zone. St. Clair sent back the respawn block all the way across the map. As Blaze gets cut down too, that'll be everybody now trying to wait to make a push back over on B.
70 seconds left, 1 life advantage. Wichita State in good position and with good real estate here in top hotel, top bed area. Mid-map control as well, but Frenzy is, well, been on just that. Here to open up, getting back into this control out to 6 and 4 with more kills combined than the rest of his team. So hopefully they can get in tow and get on board sooner than later as St. Clair push their way forward and try to pick off these kills. But with Peach watching that cross, it's going to be a tough one to get through.
It'll be difficult, but a good hit. You find one in the back line before it's too long. You might be staring yourself down a B zone. Frenzy traded out immediately. Big Peach, though, back for another, and it's a double for him. Once again, it's a 3-to-1 trade that allows Wichita State to be on top of things. It's still an advantage over St. Clair in the life count. However, there's only 25 seconds to get back over towards the B zone here. They've got about one more solid hit at this before it's a foot race.
Wichita State playing aggressive defensively too. It's high risk, high reward. If you can push them out, slow down this push, it could push you up defensively. But if you get picked like that and let them work across the map and find a 4 down, that could flip things on its head. Closest player would be Frenzy. He's got to get here in a hurry.
It was the last hit that they needed, but they make it stick oh so perfectly. 14-9 in the lives. 8.5 seconds left in the round. Second tick of progress while the stack is still in. Here comes Class. First one up to challenge. Gets a couple weak, but it's Brandon who finds a second, and nobody else can fly through the middle of the map. St. Clair make it easy as they get over towards the zone and tie things up in the control 1 apiece.
All it takes is one push. I was shaping it up to a high risk, high reward play. You want to play that aggressive, you better not get cut down on the last attempt, and St. Clair punish them for it. Get the 4 stack, and as you said, tie this up at 1-1. Now going into the defensive effort where St. Clair, where Wichita State were able to just find success was they were just applying constant pressure throughout different lanes of the map. They ended up giving B a good look, but bleeding some lives, and after they'd gotten a secured, again, just continued to pour on, had constant numbers to throw to St. Clair side. And I see a bit more passive of a defensive look out of St. Clair.
You like this here for Wichita State. You open up the middle of the map for yourselves, but this does allow St. Clair to get some information over towards the restaurant. It's Priestley who has started to get his gun hot here. 5 and 4, but 2 in the round. Everybody down at the A site now, and this is the decision Wichita State has to make. Do you go back over towards B, or do you try to bully your way into the kitchen? Right now, St. Clair are playing with a fire up under them. This defense looking very different from what we saw the first time through on D.
Kitchen control, so important, but really Brandon playing stair, playing over on that bottom portion of the map is going to keep them spawning this side, so the 3 players coming up for the Saints are going to continue to pour pressure at this A site and just bleed these lives and bleed the clock. 5 life advantage, 40 seconds left, and no map to show for it. Wichita State simply flooding out of kitchen here, trying to make something stick.
Blaze has kept himself at 17 HP, but now it's just back and forth between each other. The 2-2 split that allows St. Clair to maintain the advantage here on defense as Relays is once again over the top onto Jake. 1 versus 1 on the site. The only one here, though, is going to be Blaze as he comes off the respawn block. But with 23 seconds left and the 5 life advantage to St. Clair, Wichita State are just trying to scrap away at anything that they can here on the zone. Hello, Blaze! 2 for him, and now everybody can start to make the push back in once again.
You just get a fresh wave to recommit towards the site. Relay's able to find another pinstripe in the kill feed. A 1v1 for the rest of time, and Peach will connect with a grenade over the top. So, St. Clair, given this stature, they're going to try to slow things down and set up their defense over at B. They'll try to at least send one more cruise with how the players are playing. You know they're going to have to swarm out of the zone, no trophy down. And again, they're going to get us another look.
St. Clair still throws bodies back over to the opposite zone. There was only 15 seconds left on the clock, but that extra minute will do wonders for what Wichita State want here on offense, back over towards this B zone. Problem is, they're trying to spread the map right now into the spawn of St. Clair. Well, St. Clair's not having it. Relays will be the first one up to challenge, looking for Peach, who's going to be there in just a moment. Suncheck might be able to cut that player down, or at least give the information to St. Clair that there is another one on the flank. And you're going to see Relays just sitting all the way into spawn side, not letting anybody get through. As Priestley finds another there. They are all split across the map from each other. Wichita State have 45 seconds to make a good cohesive hit over towards B.
Relays takes care of Peach to the back, plays it patient. And the pays off form now can rally with the rest of the troops and look to put more emphasis on this B site. 30 seconds left. You know that they're going to have to start funneling through at least mid-map or this bottom portion to get here quickly. Everyone going to get set up and ready to go. It's been a good defensive round out of St. Clair. Can they hold on for the last push?
Frenzy cuts down Blaze in middle map. That's a big first catalyst here, but as Brandon finds Frenzy, Class is stuck playing behind, but it is the time that's going to be stopped at 16.5 seconds, which will allow the reinforcements from Wichita State to make their way up the map yet again. Relay is going to be looking over the top, and that kill on to Class will go ahead and allow the clock to once again bleed down. Frenzy, bottom of the bedroom now, just has to jump in across to the zone, but as Priestley's in the middle of the map and only 10 seconds left, it's now the foot race we talked about previous. There's only 3 lives left here from Wichita State, and only 2 now remaining. Nobody's going to be close to this B zone, and as quickly as Wichita State were able to win the 3 versus 4 that was the first round, St. Clair bounced back for an offense and a defensive win of their own.
Up 2-1 in the control. 1 round needed for them to close it out. It will be an offense they would have to take. It would need to be 2 straight rounds for Wichita State to take this control. Either way, these teams fighting for the 2-1 advantage in this series as we go to a hotel hardpoint after this. Do the Saints, as you said, come out with a fire here and try to put this one away quickly? Well, it's looking like it.
Talked about it all series long. St. Clair undefeated in every major mode. Search and Destroy was the one that they just lost to here to Wichita State to give us a 1-1 tied series. But here in the control, they're looking like themselves again after the disconnect inside of that first round. Big Peach around the corner, won't be able to find anything. St. Clair once again have a beautiful opening onto the A site in Wichita State. Again, a decision. Do we commit bodies to the site? Do we try to force them off of A? Or do we let them capture it and then make them come back over towards the B site where we were able to hold it down until about 10 seconds last time through?
They found a good amount of lives on transition over here, winning the numbers game for now, but once you get to the site, that is a whole nother question to ask. And, well, Brandon Blaze gonna connect for a couple. That should be the A site off spawn. Wichita State gonna cut their losses and get set up where they're able to hold St. Clair up until the literal final second. And see if they can make this round any better for themselves. It'll be over 2 minutes on the clock for them to work with, a 3-life disadvantage, and a hungry St. Clair to get this one done.
And this is so good too, because knowing that Wichita State gave up the A site, St. Clair was putting a couple bodies throughout the middle of the map to try and cut down a few more players of this Wichita State roster. Unfortunately, though, for St. Clair, it didn't really work out all that well. 23-21 live split that we have now. 2 minutes to work with over towards B. We saw last time through was only 1-4 down that they needed towards the end of the round. This time, though, they made quick work of the first one in Frenzy, who's the one that's been pushed up on the map so far. As a team kill comes in and the second one comes through, that's basically a 3-2 trade.
Priestley with another. You're waiting to just get a couple more kills. Priestley will combine for a second. Through the top, you'll find the third. A couple body shots to pepper it up. Not in kitchen, but boys, he cooking in this one. 4 in a row for Priestley. Team's on B.
Class just holding himself out of the zone for now. Everybody's still continuing to fry here from St. Clair. One person left from Wichita State was Jake over towards the zone. And now his 2 players are still stacked. And Frenzy tries to make his way back over onto the site. It's still green in the kill feed. Wichita State, they might have fallen in the search and destroy, but they'll stay undefeated in the control. A nice little 3-1 victory here. And a 3-0 sweep after we got back from our first disconnect is going to give them the lead and the advantage in the series yet again.
This is the one. Oh my god.
That doesn't
get it.
Hot.
There we go.
I don't know what will.
He was put down like something oddly familiar, but
A shit, yeah.
I was waiting for it. I had to bait it out of you, and ladies and gentlemen, we got there. But I mean, plays with a quiet, what felt like 22 and 10 performance as well, over double positive. I mean, again, St. Clair doing St. Clair things and respawns. What can you expect? Ready to try to close this series out. The question we asked at the start of the control: Wichita State has to show that they can hang with the likes of a slaying powerful team like St. Clair. Didn't quite have it there. Of course, they had the 1-round win, but ever since coming back from that lobby breakup, as you said, just a completely different game, completely one-sided, and we'll stay on hotel once again for another respawn where I just don't know that Wichita State are going to be able to at this point in the series.
Yeah, I mean, if we take in combination what we saw in 1, 2, and 3, the respawns, yes, have gone a great deal in the favor of St. Clair. Again, you know, it's funny, the one round that they lose was a 3 versus 4, and then they were able to win 3 straight back and force every single person negative on the side of Wichita State by considerable margins too. It wasn't like, oh, well, this person was kind of close to even, though everybody was negative by a lot. So that should speak to the volumes of their control gameplay ability. But then you factor in the first hard point where they were able to get out across the map, and even if they didn't rotate first, they were breaking within 10-15 seconds. I mean, it was just 26 points off a 100-point club there on Embassy. So if you're a betting person, I would strongly suggest putting your money and or channel points on what would be this the St. Clair Saints roster here, as Wichita State hasn't really shown any life in any of the respawn modes or any mode at all outside of the search and destroy, which they were able to take, which again, credit where credit's due, was a great map from them.
It definitely was, but keeping up with this the pacing of St. Clair, definitely something they haven't been able to show. This is their last chance to do it before the series would close out if they end up dropping this map. And again, if they are able to win this map and force it to a game 5 search and destroy, maybe that conversation shifts, right? They get back to a search and destroy where we saw them win one relatively dominantly. You know, again, that conversation could be saved for a later date, but for now, they have to get through this hard point. They have to come out with a map win, and maybe you give them the benefit of the doubt, saying, hey, it's not a super high engagement type of map like Embassy is, but Class has been playing well, right? He was aggressive in the search and destroy, finding kills in first bloods, and was doing the same thing here in the control. It's just again, I so often beckon to separating good teams from great teams, but it all has to be strung together in one well-executed map and mode combo. We've seen bits and pieces of it scattered throughout it, for Wichita State unfortunately has to come to a head here.
Yeah, it does, and unfortunately, I believe it will. But for the opposite side, you know, for Wichita State, though, again, when talking about this team, I did say beforehand that, you know, in order to win a respawn, you're going to have to break out of the shell, and 2 people can't go double negative. That time, they didn't go double negative. All 4 players went negative. So
Ouch.
if we could start to get our guns a little warm here, or maybe turn things around, you know, you might have been a little happy after the search and destroy win, but I don't want that to go to your head, or you get cocky in a series that again, you're not favored in, because things like that can definitely shift the way that your mental state is against an opponent. But again, you know, we talk about Neslo series all the time. This can't be a Neslo series anymore. Both respawns go the way to St. Clair. Yeah, Wichita State has an S&D. Hardpoint has to be won here. That's exactly what they'll try to do early on. Wichita State will be the first one to touch the point on the favor side of the map, at least for the first kill, but they're going to be trying to execute a flip to the right side of the map here shortly.
Maybe St. Clair forcing their hand at that as relays push through carpet side and try to find a couple of these, but you clear out base. You take care of things. If you're Wichita State, mid-map still up for grabs by either squad, it'll be Wichita State with at least 10 or so seconds on the board to start. The Saints putting emphasis on P2 spawns, knowing they don't want to give these up, but with Class getting up through Jewelry, getting into Chandelier, this is going to be one that they're going to be cautious of.
Yeah, well-timed stun allowed Class to be able to take a gunfight on Priestley and fly through the back lines of the St. Clair roster to try and influence these spawns just a bit more. Once again, Priestley stunned up. Frenzy was able to walk away with a gunfight win, but it's Brandon with an all-play Semtex that will cut down Peach and force Wichita State to have to fight from the outside in yet again. 2 players around the left side of the door here. Blaze going to be laying down, waiting patiently, and as one jumps all the way across, will weaken them up. Can't challenge anything directly just yet, and Class will be waiting for his teammates to go ahead and form a wall around this hill. They're going to try and suffocate this one as they pop on in, but as Blaze is able to find one, it's 3 kills that go the way of Wichita State, and all of a sudden, the last player alive is going to be Relays, and he gets cut down. Beautifully executed break there from Wichita State, something we didn't get to see a lot of inside of map 1.
Pinch play developing as Brandon spawned restaurant side. These kills going to be critical, going to help and give him an opening to try to fly through it. Class combines for a couple, Frenzy with another. So you said the guns needed to warm up. Well, at least on the start, things are looking good. Out to over a 30-point lead with still 20 seconds left on P2, but maybe St. Clair getting just enough kills to fight for scrap. They're going to quickly look to send players flying across for P3 rotation. These gunfights going to be critical to give people numbers advantage.
I was gonna say it's still early, but before that kill that just came through on the class, Priestley was still 0-5 in this hard point. And one of the things that's happened throughout the series, the games that St. Clair have lost, Priestley unusually quiet in the opening stages and then throughout the whole game when the S&D was concerned. So if he can start to turn his game around, he can wake up in this hotel map. It should be smooth sailing the rest of the way on out here for St. Clair. Everybody streaking on the side of Saints right now, but as Class and Peach go ahead and pair for a double, they can start making their way forward. Class, gunfight onto Priestley. Beautifully played there from the side of Wichita State. And as they get down inside of this kitchen, once again, it's a well-executed break here into this P3 hold. St. Clair on the outside looking in for the third time this game.
They are just running in and simply gunning St. Clair, whether it be off headies, whether it be in prone spots, doesn't matter. Winning gunfights that maybe they don't have a right to. Class feel himself here. We said he was the aggressor for this team and is definitely pushing the issue against this Saints roster. You get back in for the back half of time, once again flying out on P3 rotation, but the Saints need to look to make a stand and not get broken so easily because, again, we're simply handshaking leads given that we're going relatively 30 to 30.
I absolutely agree, but the thing is too, like, you know, this is unusual from St. Clair because, like, they're the ones that are usually in sole possession of the time. They're not the ones that are trying to break back for the last 20-25 seconds of a hill, and they're being forced to play scrap time right now, which is really just discomforting them as a four-man roster at the moment. But Team Nade there onto Class will force St. Clair back into the hole, which is the bar hill at the moment. Wichita State will be cuddled inside of the bedroom at the moment, waiting to push on out, while Priestley and the rest of the boys on St. Clair, they've got themselves some good power positions.
Brandon watching the mid-map cross from P1, not allowing Wichita State a clean avenue to get across and get behind cover. You're going to see a player dolphin dive out to guitars, try to find anything. With a couple kills going their way, they will get on the hill, but again, that's going to gift St. Clair this rotation. They'll give up the back 20 now that they have a 20-point lead in hopes to try to get a full 60 here at Restaurant.
Players now making themselves set up. Priestley on the outside of Wine, looking for a few players, helps out his teammate. Nice little bait and switch is going to play out perfectly for them as they're able to cut down Class. And now stun check up Peach. Semtex is going to be there, weakens them up to 26 HP, but that stun was just enough to force him to not be able to push back out into Wine to cut down any St. Clair players. Jake and Peach, though, once again have combined in for a few doubles already this game, and now Class is up at the top, being able to go ahead, wreak havoc on the relays, too. Everybody from St. Clair that thought they were going to be able to survive this get cut down immediately, and it's another break within the first 20 seconds for the Wichita State players.
It's come behind well-timed trade and big two pieces for Wichita State coming in, putting the stunner on St. Clair early on here, battling them tooth and nail through the first set of hard points, and a tie ball game that'll switch the way of St. Clair for the back half of scrap time. As you said, that they're not comfortable fighting for. Usually they're out on rotation at this point. Usually they're the ones getting a clean setup in, but they're having to fight to get back into a hill to garner themselves another 10-15 point lead at times and having to break Wichita State early on. It'll be a 2v2 for the new hill as it looks to pop here in a moment. Spawn spread across the map.
Game much closer than map one played out, but it was the second set of rotations that allowed St. Clair to best their opponents. Last hill here in the first set, though, over towards the top of P6. Frenzy. Shots by relays will be good, but they won't be enough for a kill. He can just stay down, allow his teammates to push around the rest of the map and garner some time here. We'll love a Semtex, maybe a stun over the top to allow them to start making their way in. It will be out from Brandon as Class will be forced back into the top of the bedroom. Jake there for help as well, but it's Priestley in the back line for a nice little double that quickly cleans up everybody from Wichita State here in P6 and gives them the bulk of the hill.
They've yet to get comfortable numbers in the hill also. You're going to see Blaze try to get in to help his teammates, but a four-man stack just outside trying to push in. Wichita State, they're trying to fly at this one. Big Peach opens up for two wall bangs. The third Frenzy will clean up the fourth as well. So back 15 going your way once again. I feel like all of these hills have been a battle just for scrap. And Big Peach from the top rope letting them know.
I was going to say, let the boy feast. But now it's Jake on 5 in a row and could really start to upset some things here. If he were to get some streaks on the board, a conversation that will be quite nice to have for Wichita State fans. 147-137, 10-point lead to the side of Wichita State as we're back into P1. St. Clair are going to be set up here first, and as Jake falls, streak opportunity off the board for Wichita State. Now Relays and Priestley trying to wreak havoc in the spawn side for Wichita Warriors.
And you can tell St. Clair is not aware of where Wichita State's coming from. Their heads are on a swivel. They're getting bad timings. This is exactly the kind of disruptive gameplay that gave Wichita State an edge in the search and destroy, what kept things close in the early parts of the hard point. St. Clair battling on not necessarily the back foot, but you can tell this is not the gameplay they want to be playing. They're having to make adjustments on the fly to try to cater to the Shocker squad. And with 20 seconds left, spawns will be on the side of Wichita State for now. Everyone grouping up through mid, gonna try to push for the break.
And again, it's all about discomfort. From the top to the bottom, we said Wichita State, if they want to win this series or even take a map, they have to disrupt St. Clair and put them in uncomfortable positions, which will then force the opposition. You have to play to your play style and game plan, which is exactly what they've been forced to do here on the hotel. Although St. Clair do have a 20-point advantage, Wichita State is in a great position to get a bulk of this time here on P2, regain themselves the lead, and get themselves ever so close to that 200-point mark. Big Peach, Jake, Frenzy, everybody having themselves a field day here in the backside of the lobby, but you have to look who Brandon is now making a flank all the way in through to help out Blaze and Relays. They were there. Class, though, snuffs it out, shuts it down. Wichita State reclaim the lead.
They're just getting picked apart. They're not getting good timings to get in for any kind of pinch play or any kind of timings for the hill. Now they finally do, and they can get everyone grouped up. But again, Wichita State was finding such critical kills that they never got a clean 4-man look at it. Finally, when they do, they're able to get the break for the back 20 seconds. That allows Wichita State to get out on rotation once again. And I think the bigger point of this is how well they've been holding the hills. It's let them drop the back 20 and get out on rotation, knowing, hey, we might have a small deficit going into it, but they've walked away with the front 30, 35 seconds of time.
Playing for pennies right now, but a streak will open things up, force players inside. But St. Clair's all the way across the map because they lost the first wave of gunfights. So Wichita State will be the first ones here inside of the kitchen. 3 players in. Relays in the back line was able to find at least one in the middle of the map. Now you start this push all the way forward. The frontward assault. Who's the first point of contact? This Relays yet again. Frenzy falls. Peach dead. Class the last one to fall now as well. And all you have left in the back lines is Jake, who's trying to make some sort of resurfacing effort, which is snuffed out and shut down by Priestley. Beautiful break from St. Clair. That's what we're used to seeing from them. Semtex to the doorway will weaken up Brandon. And here comes another assault in from Wichita State, with Frenzy being able to find one.
10-strike kill feed is what you want to see. At least keeps you numbers here, but Relays goes big with another 2-piece. Jake will connect with a grenade, but again, Wichita State going to have to cut their losses and at an unfortunate time. That's the biggest amount of time they've given up the last, maybe 5-6 hills.
Yep.
It's at a point that could tip St. Clair over the edge, give them the win here. They'll need 10 or so points, close this one out, and St. Clair with some real momentum starting to fly across the map.
I was going to say, they picked the best time to have their best and most important break of the series, I'd say. With a 237, 195 stat line, sure, Wichita State is here, but Priestley and Blaze have other plans. Stun check into the left. Knows there's going to be one there, and it's all 4 down. 13 seconds. Spawns in the back. It's a split spawn now for Wichita State, and they just have to fly in. Jake is able to find one, though, from the top of bedroom. Big Peach in the back line, too. Blaze tries to go for some shots, but they won't be able to find anything just yet. But it's still St. Clair here, slaying out and around the hill. Class, headshot, back, assassinated. Nobody going to be home for Wichita State, and everything that they thought they were going to have inside of this best of 5 series is nullified after only one search and destroy win. The St. Clair Saints complete the undefeated season. They'll take the first seed in the first Eastern Conference to the playoffs.
That comes down to one break. It does. I mean, sure, you could nitpick and look at different points and say either team could have done it there. The fact that St. Clair walk away with their most amount of time on P3 and put them at the 230, 240 mark going into P4, so tough. Wichita State played that so well, and it feels like the same thing as, you know, kind of the control rounds that they started slipping, right? They get out to an early edge and they maintain it for this one for majority of the hard point, but you give up one big play, one big retake opportunity, and St. Clair time and time again will punish you for it.
Yeah, absolutely. There is one takeaway from this for Wichita State. It feels like to me that this team has started to find themselves on the map. I don't know what it was for that first hard point. Maybe Embassy is just not their map, but that second map where they got the confidence, they were able to take that into control. Sure, maybe not a great control, but I think something clicked for them in that final hard point. Maybe it was just having their backs against the wall. Maybe it was just knowing that this was their last chance to take the series, or maybe it was Hotel is a good map for them, and I'm just not giving them the credit that they deserve for playing it as close as they did. But regardless of the fact, I think if what I think is true, and that they did have that clicking moment in their heads where they just kind of got it together on the map. Come playoff time, you know, we asked the last team, you know, what are your aspirations for the playoffs? It was like, oh, we're just going to take opponents as they come. I think Wichita State might be playing for top 8.
They absolutely could, and again, they were taking the gameplay to St. Clair, and that's what was giving them success. I think a lot of these teams you see where, I mean, how many times this season have we sided of a match and been like, this should be a good one, and it's a hot 3-0 and no one even bats an eye at it? This is one where, again, I'm so excited to see the underdog team look to push the issue and say, we're going to take the tempo to them. We're going to disrupt their gameplay, make them uncomfortable. Why are we the ones that have to play timid and scared? Take it to St. Clair. So, again, a lot of victories Wichita State can take from this, but at the end of the day, St. Clair do walk away with the win. They stay composed as ever and find a way to ice up.
Well, it was always the Griff diff, and after a 3-1 win inside of this best-of-5 series, St. Clair will be walking into the sunset with an undefeated season. We'll send things to a break. When we come back, we'll have an interview with the winning team of St. Clair, so don't go too far, Nate. We'll be back in just a second. St. Clair 3-1 over Wichita State. If you're just now joining us, you missed a pretty good series between two undefeated teams, but the St. Clair win puts them at the top of their division, and they will have a #1 seed going into the playoffs. We're now joined in by Zarin from the St. Clair Saints. Zarin, hello there, sweetheart. How you doing? Beautiful and majestic as ever you are. Gotta ask first and foremost, though, after only dropping one win throughout the season, what's the morale of the team so far?
We feel good. We feel confident. You know, our NACE regular season have been really good for the past like 3 semesters specifically, and this was obviously another one. Yeah, we feel good heading into the playoffs, and obviously we don't have to play that extra match for the conference play-in, so it's kind of nice. We'll wait to see who we end up playing next week.
Definitely so. So, I mean, of course, you know, got to bring it up, right? The Search and Destroy, your only map drop in NACE. What was is there already conversation about it between the players? Was it a frustrating loss in a sense? Did you, even from like the coaching perspective, know what quite went wrong there? Or did Wichita State simply play a good Search?
I mean, honestly, like a big part of that map, we just lost some individual gunfights. We weren't playing tradable, and that like the first part of the Search, I think we were playing fine. It's just we tried to do a little bit too much down the stretch, and I think that ultimately costed us the game. I don't know, just playing a little bit too individual overall. But you know, we'll get back to work tomorrow, and obviously we have a LAN this weekend, so we're hoping to fine tune that stuff, especially in Search and Destroy.
Absolutely. I mean, that's really awesome to hear from you guys. And so I guess another question to ask, maybe some tangible or intangible things both. Going into the postseason, how do you guys feel first and foremost about your map pool? Do you feel it's one of the deepest, you know, that's in the collegiate scene? Do you feel good about it? And then also, what's the priority going into, well, postseason and conference championship format, or in just a playoff run in general? Are you guys focusing on the team camp vibes? What's priority number one?
As far as our map pool, I think we're pretty deep overall. We have a couple maps that we still like to work out a little bit, but I think overall we're really confident in any map that we load up in. I mean, we have 5 players here that are you know, they're so good at each individual map. I don't know. We have a pretty deep pool, so we're pretty confident no matter who we play and no matter what map we're on. As far as priority, I mean, the vibes are always good here. You know, our team chemistry is at an all-time high, and I don't know. I think it's just working out the little things, especially in hardpoint, that it's really going to help us make the push down the stretch. But other than that, I mean, it's just the little tiny things that we want to work out to become, like, again, a top 5 caliber team.
Yeah, absolutely. Zarin, before we let you go, you know, I gotta ask, last season, you know, you were telling me, you know, as you guys were leaving the land, you guys were packing up the bus to go back up to Canada. What was that vibe on that bus like, going back up, and just knowing that you were so close and you were just, you know, a couple maps away from being able to win that championship?
Obviously, initial reaction, it sucked. It was not a good feeling, and that's a feeling that I know me and of course every player on the team does not want to feel again. But I mean, it only took a couple hours for the guys to, you know, get it was fine. Really, after a couple hours, we were vibing on the bus. I think we started to look at the positives. I mean, the fact that we were able to take a couple maps off of Northwood was just motivation for like, especially this game now being on Modern Warfare. We're confident. We feel like we can play with Northwood, and we do believe that we can beat them if we do end up meeting them.
Absolutely. Well, I'm looking forward to that rematch in a grand final scenario. I know everybody else is too. But Zarin, congratulations on the win. Congratulations on the regular season. And good luck in the playoffs, buddy.
Thank you very much.
Absolutely. Alrighty, well, that'll do it once again for another week of Call of Duty action. The regular season has ended. The dates that you're going to be needing to look for here coming up: March 22nd, the conference play-ins will begin, and then March 26th is when we'll have our conference championships as well. So, on behalf of myself, Cash, everybody else here from the production staff for the Call of Duty portion and the rest of the night for the NA Star League, thank you so much for watching Call of Duty. We'll be back here on March 22nd for the conference play-ins, but until then, enjoy some Valorant, enjoy the rest of the night, folks. Stay safe and be kind to each other.
All right, welcome everyone to what I would say is my preferred game of the night. It's NA Star League Valorant. We've got Illinois State going up against UH. The Cougs are here to play, and to cast it all is myself, Los, and my best bud, Vincent.
We are just about to just get into this one. The Redbirds coming in against the Cougs. It's going to be a whole lot of fun. With that said, we're headed into Fracture, which I'm excited for. You know what? I've been a Fracture denier for a long time, Los.
You know,
I'm coming around. I'm coming around.
Return tour. What a resurgence. A real comeback story for you in terms of your feelings about this map.
It really is, man. You know what else is a comeback story? It's this Houston team, man. They came through 3rd to 4th finish in Open Premier last season. They lost to the eventual winners, to be fair. So you know, it's fair enough. And then they've been consistently performing over the course of basically the entirety of Collegiate Valorant as it currently stands.
Yeah, this is a hell of a team. And I'm excited because Illinois State itself is a pillar of esports. I mean, you and I would normally see this university as a major player in the Overwatch scene, but now having them as a undefeated team so far in this division, in this split, is going to be interesting now that they're stepping up to UH. I mean, two fantastic squads headed up, and we're all starting right now on Fracture, baby. Let's go!
Indeed, yeah, and you're right. It is pretty interesting to see this Redbird squad, you know, in a different game than Overwatch. But actually, what's interesting, I talked to a couple of the players, and this is actually not officially supported. This is just a club team, and they've been really resurging. Both teams are 6-0 coming into this series, and it's important, the victory here, regardless of who takes it, because only the #1 seed gets straight into playoffs. Otherwise, you gotta run the gauntlet in the LCQ. And Lewis, you and I both know that is always tough to find a way through that.
Nobody's trying to do that. Certainly not. No one's trying to get hit with that 0 point, but unfortunately, it will find some information. Two players sitting up top in tower. It's going to be interesting. First off, paint shell, just to open things up, but I'm liking this delayed push from B main because it keeps the options here. It allows this turret to stop the flank that we can see going across the attacker spawn, but somehow Lang is holding their own with the frenzy. Relevant, unfortunately, not faring as easily as they would like, but a 3K keeps them in position.
Well, these two players coming from the flank, and I mean, it seemed like Palmo kind of had an idea, but Jivy still surprising them, hitting a shot nearly immediately, and look at the HP for Fords. That is brutal. Captain, in-game leader of this squad, left in the clutch, and it's just not to be. With Sully there to close it out. This is a good start for UH Premier, and they did pick Fracture, to be fair, so I think, Los, we should probably expect them to be playing pretty well here.
I like it. I really enjoy the quick thinking for that initial flank for Jivy and Sully to make their move into the spawn, despite not hearing too much, realizing, okay, we don't hear much on A, we don't hear much on B, but we definitely don't see anything on A. So time to make a move.
Yeah, and I think, like you mentioned, the slow approach towards that site made it all the more effective initially. Unfortunately for them, just that flank came through, and, well, the initial trades were good, but the 2v2 didn't work out. With that said, we move on to the second round, and this one, I'm gonna see how things go, very least. Just kind of playing around with the idea of coming through that smoke. Instead, gonna have to wait are the Redbirds. They're getting pressured.
Jivy wants an escape, had that blast back just in case, but Koi actually providing a decent amount of protection. Boom bop from the grave will send forwards along with them, and no one can break through the A main chokehold.
Now, this has just been tough. ISU have been sitting here dealing with utility piece after utility piece, sky smoke after sky smoke for a full minute. Finally, it's all gone down, and there's the chance to get back in here, but even then, can't move forward unless Koi is dismissed. And, well, Koi, one of the strongest players for this UH roster, has consistently been performing. I mean, you and I have watched Koi play over the last, what, 3 or 4 seasons? It's been very impressive.
They've been around the block, and that's for sure. And with all that time, a lot of information has been gained. Not just information, experience as well. And that is essentially sealing the deal. That 1 kill drops the spike. 9iron had no chance of recovering it, but it was that big buy from UH, so it's kind of the expected result. But only 1 kill. Would have hoped for more if you're a Redbird fan.
You would have. I have a question for you. You see, we got the Killjoy versus the Cypher. What do you feel? Which Sentinel are you more preferable to?
Well, I mean, with Cypher, you could leave the trips, just get out of there. Unfortunately, that's all you can really do with Cypher until you hit his ultimate. I'm not a huge fan of the camera. I think it leaves you way too exposed, but I've just never been a good Cypher player, so that leaves me biased. And just in my personal experience, I feel Killjoy, you will never want to push a site that has a Killjoy. You'd be okay pushing a site that has a Cypher.
It's true. If a KJ is on a site, you definitely do want to just avoid at all cost. I feel like that's like none truer than on like Ascent, but Fracture, it works pretty much the same. Somehow, ISU have read this perfectly to where UH are just not on the site, and they've got it for free. This seems a little unreasonable that they've gotten away with this, but hey, I like free plants. I think that ISU will be fine with it.
No complaints coming from them. But I'm curious, as now a big deal of utility has been utilized in just the initial plant to have those sky smokes, block off the vision. Now that it really is going to be a gun duel, they want to have that to work with, so it's going to be all peaks, all aim, and now with the utilization of the flashpoint as well as the stim beacon, well, it just gave UH a much faster walk into death.
Unfortunately, I think that's all that's going to be available for UH on this bonus round. I'd love to see maybe a save here. Relevant actually just going to try and take that fight. Will allow the Redbirds their first round here on Fracture. So I like what we were seeing there. UH going for a little bit of a stack in the early stages of that round. Get caught off guard, and ultimately the Redbirds walk into an open A site because of it. So whether you want to call that a mistake or just, you know, a gamble, doesn't work out for the Cougs, and we'll see what they have on offer in this next round, because that was a bonus, Los. It was, you know, just a few Spectres. This one, they have the real guns.
Now we're looking at the really dealy, as some would say.
Yeah, I'm known for that, I think.
Just a couple intellectuals familiar with that one.
We'll see exactly what the intellect of ISU is having on offer for us in this round. It's a little bit of a default, isn't it? Got a player over towards Dish, got a couple towards B, got you tapping towards A, but they're actually on a rotate. No longer towards A, they're going to be heading towards B main.
Similar look to what we first saw in the pistol. 4 players on B main, or arcade rather. Singular Killjoy placement to prevent the flank, and it's almost looking to be an exact replica of the pistol. The placements are all here.
Now, this is actually going to be very interesting. This isn't as much of a pinch, though. And all of these players that are on the site can fall back just a little bit.
Comes down Relevant, holding their own. Unfortunately, won't last for too long. Lindgren explodes onto site with the rest of the ISU crew. And only one has fallen for them in this initial take, so they'll be happy with that. Rolling Thunder for the post plan as well.
Not only that, but I don't think it'll be necessary, but there is that possibility of the orbital strike, but indeed it is unnecessary. 9 Iron pops out through the smoke, and well, that was certainly popping the ball up onto the green, if not a hole-in-one.
It seemed that UH felt taken by surprise in that moment, but you could see what the plan was going to be. The closing in, the use of the paint shell, the sky smokes, but all the while, the Cougs looked like they were completely unaware of this possibility.
I mean, to be fair, we can see through walls, Los. You know, let's give some credit.
Wait, they don't have X-ray too?
Yeah, no, they don't. Yeah, it's I know, really crazy. Speaking of crazy, we got a bit of a crazy push. 2 players up all the way through B very quickly. We're seeing a fast rotate as well over towards the safe site, Los.
I'm loving this. Already in. Sands making their way. Nobody on the site itself. But Koi able to jiggle around with the Stinger. Gets away with their life. Lang, unfortunately, isn't able to work the similar magic with the Shorty, but hey, it is what it is. Rolling Thunder. Now it's time for the retake. Unfortunately, with inferior firepower will bring inferior results.
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie. That Rolling Thunder investment on a round like this seems a little questionable to me in general, but
Oh, that's a sound cue.
Certainly is.
Forward's got that number.
No, he doesn't.
Oh,
Relevant.
no.
What a turn, man.
If you're gonna go down, you might as well go down swinging. Not a horrible, and considering what the situation was, relevant. Nice little flick there. But now we have ISU. They're in the lead, and they've got 2 critical ultimates for this next round.
Did we see the Cypher use their ultimate? Did the neural death come through as well?
You know, that's the thing about Cypher, is that it really doesn't matter too much.
Bro, you just absolutely dumpstering Cypher this game. Oh my goodness.
He's goated though. I love Cypher.
I love it when you have strong opinions about things. It's great. Because usually I'm the one with strong opinions. It's good to change things up every once in a while.
You know, in most cases, I want everyone to have fun. At the moment, UH is not part of everyone.
No, and unfortunately, with Cypher down already, it's certainly not the Cypher player, UH. Though, you know, it is maybe going to be a little bit of a better success moving forward. We'll have to see.
Oh,
Chili knows there's somebody hanging out around here.
Chili Man definitely gonna get caught out on that one. That's because of the patience and it's the realization, okay, the spike will be planted on B site, but I'm not gonna leave my back exposed. Now they could focus everything on the retake, and they could go forwards. Sully finding an advantage with that. Now they have the opportunity. Will they bring out any extra ultimates? They used that null command, and Relevant will be the guinea pig, essentially, to stop them from pushing through. And a beautiful follow-up on the orbital strike. It cost them a decent amount here to take the round, but they certainly needed it.
They absolutely did. And, you know, I'm not always a fan of those, like, sort of creative orbital strikes, you know what I mean? Like that one was. But, man, that one was really nice to see. Really is perfectly placed, because what it does is it forces either you to play forward or to sit back or try to be somewhere in the middle and die, which we did end up seeing. But it really forces a decision from the Redbirds players, and it ends up giving the space for the defuse to continue through.
And I'm enjoying that there's no shyness about dropping ultimates. There's no need to hold things on. We're about to see a Nightfall go, unfortunately, into absolutely nothing, but it's good to realize nobody's on the site. Now they can make a move. Those sky smokes have given them everything they need to plan.
Yeah, good confirmation. And they even have the Rolling Thunder that they've kept in their pocket. A lot of times you see the Nightfall and the Rolling Thunder layered together. Instead, ISU deciding they're going to use them separately, and that allows them to have that very solid amount of defensive utility for holding back this retake. Of course, this retake needs to hurry up a little bit. It's a bit slow.
Now, fault line not hitting anything after shot will certainly force Chili Man out of position, but they take one down before they fall. Koi in a similar situation of a daze, followed up by the Haunt, and it's just about the terror they're bringing, not about where the presence of players actually is. The consistent threat that ISU is bringing to the table prevents UH from doing anything, not to mention the ticking down of that spike.
This is a very solid Redbird squad right now. I mean, they're really impressing me. Just to put it into perspective, I mean, I mentioned UH 3rd, 4th last season of Open Premier, and I mean, lost down to like what is really the number 2 team, number 3 team, depending on who you ask in the country, in Fisher. So, I mean, the fact that we're seeing this this Redbird squad really compete on UH's pick is really impressive.
That's what gives me hope this is going to be a fantastic series. And now we've got a big show of presence from Sully and Jivy. This is a dynamic duo right now, but the real story here is Koi. We're moving to, all the while, the other side of the map, things are simply not looking great for UH.
Yeah, that was tough. Koi ends up hitting the flash, but Pomo is able to turn away fast enough to take that fight. Gonna see a rotation back over towards B main. For this KO, UH have a chance if this kill comes through, but it won't. Relevant. That is an incredible frag there from Wintrin. Delivering and now Weiling all alone.
Weiling might as well go for it, right? And that's what we're seeing in a few closing moments in these last couple of rounds is the players realize, okay, there's no way I'm winning this, but I just gotta send it, right? And they usually end up in taking one final kill before they're ultimately slayed down, but I'm enjoying the competitive effort there.
You know, you got to give it the old college try. This is collegiate effort. Makes sense. 5-3. That's the score line. The Redbirds ahead by 2. And it's not only that, but they're winning these gunfights, and they're also now in control of the ultimate economy. Look at what they have available. Pretty much a full kit of utility ready to go. But Jivvy, I need the opening pick onto the opposing range. That's a good start.
What's to follow? Not much. Standing still, Wintrin and Pomo. They don't want to make a move. They simply want to stop an advance from UH. Realizing because this duo, Sully and Jivvy, they usually are the ones who peek forward first. They usually are the ones who get through the main and try and find a flank.
Ward's able to take positioning through tunnel there. Making this could be a very interesting play towards B. It's all about timing, though, and Relevant's on the look.
Oh, spotted the barrel. Unfortunately, there was no commitment by forward, so location was realized. But in the end, the site will be secured as the lockdown forces everyone from the Cougs away.
This should give the plant over, and, well, we are going to see the plant come through. Sully and Jivvy on a quick rotate. They're both taken out. 9 iron. Once again. Hitting a nice couple of kills. And that looked like it was nearly a collat even.
9 iron might be in a bit of a pinch. Unfortunately, they can't hold their own. A bit of timing pulling out the turret in the worst moment. So it comes down to forwards by Arcade. Put on some pressure. Wintrin with another incredibly useful orbital strike. But I don't know how long they'll stay alive to prevent this one. Flashpoint just to stop them from contesting. As Koi has to win out this duel. And they certainly will, as UH will get back on the board. It's still not enough to get an equalizer.
Yeah, unfortunately, Wintrin, I think, just a little bit early on the Molly. Molly dropped, I think, before the orbital strike finished. So, but I'm being a bit nitpicky there. Tough situation, no doubt, in a 1-on-2. Regardless, it'll be ISU on the repine. They still have plenty of money. They did invest heavily into that round. They used the lockdown, they put down the nightfall, and they also had to invest the orbital strike. So the ult economy that they had in the previous round is evaporated to a certain degree. The Cougs bringing some of their own. Here's a showstopper, Chili Man, leading the way. And this normally would have been a great showstopper, but for once, UH have no one close at A.
I mean, this is so frustrating. How many ultimates have been sent onto A and no one is there? Decent amount. Showstopper now in return from Jivvy. And it's just completely whiffed. Nobody is having a good moment with the Raze ultimate today. But Chili Man still on site. Has to hold strong and they'll find the shot on to Sully and continue right into Koi as well. Another clap back from the Redbirds, and they'll at least secure an even half.
The fact that this fracture is picked upon by Houston is a bit scary. I mean, listen, they're a good fracture team. Our UH, like overall, they have like a 75% win rate on it through CVAL. Like they're good on fracture, but it seems like the Redbirds, they might have been doing some watching on what UH have on offer.
Well, I'm doing some watching myself, and I'm liking what I'm seeing. Relevant. The only real line of defense here, but they're already gone. It's come down to Weiling. They are essentially toast. If they could hold their own, that would simply be fantastic. Cyber Cage has to keep them safe. And they'll just be a Bucky pressure point when the time comes, but with the immediate evacuation post-plant, they can't do anything about it.
No. Stock up in tower. Essentially relegated to be Rapunzel up there. You can't get down, can't move around. Finally does make the move, but the move is too late.
Frustrating in that position. Of course, it was a half buy, just a last-ditch effort to scrounge up some extra cash before the final press. And there's a decent amount of ultimates on the board when it comes to UH. You've got the Rolling Thunder, the Orbital Strike, the lackluster Neural Theft. It's coming back, Vincent. This time we might notice it.
Dang it, man. You know, but it just got buffed. You know, Los? It's
And
got 2 charges now.
And I think that's great. And I think that's fantastic. But unfortunately, in this case, we haven't seen it shine.
We haven't. You're right. We may see it this time, though, as you mentioned. Possibilities are there, especially as this is the last round of the half. Initial poking and prodding here at the B side as Fords moves into the tunnel area, just trying to further gather some information. This B hit has been pretty consistent, actually, the way that it's been set up for ISU. So it might become a little bit more readable in a round like this.
It started off as a fat stack on B site. But now, I mean, there are even 3 players looking in this direction. I mean, Koi is working as just a piece of utility to look in this direction. I don't know if they'll make the commitment. Yeah, we might see Jivvy and Sully push up. Perhaps a second kill to come. They have to check this corner, and Jivvy does so. It's a pronged attack, but both sides are attacking. Unfortunately, the true objective is won by ISU. Dillyman! Oh my god! Unable to see that, just blocked by the gun. Sully sneakily dropped into arcade. Narrows it down into a 2-on-2, but the spike is still planted. 1 player heaven, 1 in main.
Oh, this crossfire setup is nearly perfect, and the HP not so great. UH.
Well, what? Windrin somehow able to make that spray transfer. That is simply phenomenal.
Oh my goodness, Wintron delivering once again. The clutch, not necessary to use that crossfire, but it was there just in case. The Redbirds 8-4 on the first half on UH's map pick. Wow, what a dominant way to jump into this series. So glad that we have been able to get this series here and get to start it out here on map number 1, because ISU, I was walking into this thinking that UH were like pretty heavy favorites. Like ISU would be a competitive, I thought, but I didn't expect this, and I'm very pleasantly surprised.
Yeah, no, this is simply a treat to watch this team work. Now, on the defensive half, I don't want to get too carried away. I don't want to imagine they'll simply run away with this one. Perhaps UH has something up their sleeves when it comes to the pistol, and it really, I would say, the fate of this map hinges on how this round goes. Jivvy jumping down, a blinded Wintron, sending out the Molotov before they fall, but it won't matter too much. Relevant on the other side of a pinch. This is going to be a site easily secured by UH.
Yeah, poor Redbirds. They're
Oh,
just, okay, maybe not
no,
Fords.
no,
Oh, has he done it like
Fords!
this?
A 4K! Will they pull it off? No, not
Oh.
quite an ace. Weiling had to stop that.
But it's still a 1v1. 9-iron coming from the flank here. There's just no way Fords has brought this back to an absolutely winnable scenario. I think 9-iron waiting for some of these cooldowns.
It might as well, you know, find some extra information where you can. What they do know is that Weiling has to at least be on the site. They could not have escaped to main. Position revealed. Weiling actually going for the turret instead, has to reload. 25 HP, but that's not what matters. There's... Oh my lord.
Outrageous. Jumping headshot. Oh my goodness. I'm blown away. That round, it was, I don't know, my heart is like all over the place. Regardless, UH do pick up the round, and you mentioned the importance of it. Very much is important, as ISU will be forced onto an eco, but no buy, no forcing, no nothing crazy. The Fords does have a sheriff, and after last round, I'm down for anything Fords has to offer.
Full rush down through A main. Wintron. Did they activate that? I'm not sure what it was. Regardless, no one is going to stop the approach here on A. No one would even dare.
I think it was just UH running by. I don't know that that position was given away. It almost doesn't matter, though, at this point.
Got Chili Man, Pomo, working in tandem. 9-iron with a beautiful opener. Might be able to secure something, but the paint shells! The blind was supposed to be acted upon, but unfortunately they were too close. The paint shells created the perfect moment. Jivvy lines up too, but they still have some weapons in hand to potentially mount a retake.
Oh, this is so winnable. It's a 1v2. UH, again, in trouble again. HP low for 9-iron, but can just serve. Oh, I thought maybe it could be the bait, but ends up Sully. Great spray transfer there. But again, if you're UH, I mean, that's a very scary amount of damage for a round with classics and one sheriff.
That's no good. And it's no good for their money either. They run the risk of this bonus being lost handily.
It's not even a bonus. It's just they gotta buy something, and they're getting some sheriffs. This is essentially an eco round.
The Bulldog bonus. Not what they're looking for.
I mean, that Bulldog certainly gonna need to bark here. We'll see. You and I both know, very capable, especially in the hands of Jivvy. Both the in-game leader and one of the most impactful players consistently for this UH Premier squad.
Let's see if they have to put that dog in the kennel. It's time to let him off the leash. Slow play, I mean, it has to be, right? Not working with much. Looking for any one-off pick if they can find such a thing. That will be very difficult.
I guess the one positive look at this for UH is that they do have an orbital strike, so if they get the spike down, then they should be at least positioned well to win the round off the back of it. I mean, I'm reaching a little bit, but I do think that is a good strategy. 0 point, not going to find any information. This is going to be a good adjustment. There's just one player here. It's Chili Man on the site.
Here comes Relevant with the Sheriff. Couple to the chest, and they'll do the rest. They can walk on the site. Koi as well, finding one with the Sheriffs. The Pistols are doing a good enough job, and this is going to be very unnerving for ISU. They still have to run into, well, very damaged players. It's a full team they have to deal with.
It's Nightfall, though. It's going to give a lot of information. But the orbital strike, UH don't use it to deny the plant. They use it to deny the possibility of a retake, but is it going to be good enough?
There's that Molly into the corner, hoping to find something. 9-iron being pressured. The numbers advantage. The spray simply does not make a connection. And it seems that so much time has been wasted on the potential approach, and no one is actually finding the kills. UH came in with pistols, and they made out like bandits.
Yeah, and you could see Relevant sticking around there just to make doubly sure that nobody from the Redbirds was coming back into that. So this is a resurgence from Houston, and you know what? Well deserved. Especially when you consider the fact, Los, that they, I mean, as you mentioned, they were walking in with just Sheriffs. They had one Bulldog. That was the only rifle they had. It wasn't even SMGs. It was just Sheriffs to contend alongside that Bulldog. ISU turning what was a fantastic eco round on its head, and unfortunately for them, despite some saved weapons, they're not looking good. This buy is busted.
This is tough, as well as rough. Nothing is looking good in the moment, but
with 2 Fs.
The worst kind.
I don't know who determined that, but I'm on board.
You know, I think it's the same council that is the CVal hub rankings. I think the same group.
Oh, okay. Must have missed that meeting.
Wintrin about to walk out of the smoke and right into hell. And that is the last thing they would have wanted to see. Forwards, however, will continue to put in the work. We've seen them pull off multi-kills. Unfortunately, it's not enough. But even so, to survive, there's that neural theft. I'm about to give some information, but you'll only realize where the showstopper is coming from. It's right from tower. Both ultimates don't seem to really land their mark. It comes down to Jivvy simply holding a gun, holding it down from the tower, as well as Weilang able to be in that corner. It's coming down to time. It's coming down to desperation. And UH, I don't even know how they got that round. It seemed to all fall apart for ISU.
It really did. Honestly, the amount of duels that ended with like ISU just not having a gun out is just tragic. That was so winnable, and then ISU just got timing like 3 times. Not to take anything away from the Cougs. I mean, they delivered the shots. Jivvy as well, doing a good job there. But it wasn't ideal for the Redbirds. But you know what is ideal? The tied game. It's 8-8 Los. 8-4 half, and we're suddenly looking at a very even game. We thought the Redbirds were looking to close this. Instead, it's been UH delivering.
No! 9iron! Unable to bring out that lockdown. But thankfully, the bleeding is stemmed. Pomo there for a trade. Oh my, imagine the kill and the commitment of an ultimate. How unlucky it would be, but it's a 4v4 for the retake. No ultimates on the table.
Seems to me that the Redbirds really need this round, but they're going to have to move in almost entirely without utility. At least that Haunt's going to clear out up in heaven.
Forwards usually leading the charge, and they'll start things off. Weilang and Jivvy, the crossfire of a century. 4 kills among the two of them, locking it down. And they'll take the lead for the first time in a long time.
You know, it's like every time I feel like this UH squad, every time I start to feel like maybe they're dropping off a little bit, they do things like this, you know? They deliver. I gotta stop feeling as if they're struggling, because as soon as they do, they deliver.
You know, they just had to hit that 8-4 power spike, right? That's
yeah.
That's clearly what we were missing within the stats there, Vincent.
That's what we always see, you know? 8-4, that's when they always get a resurgence, right?
9-3 Kurtz is overrated.
As I was about to say that. Oh, man. Lockdown possible here for the defensive ISU, but there's a Rolling Thunder at hand for UH, and I don't think they're going to need it to get here onto the B site.
Weilang was in trouble, deeply so, with that nano swarm, and it prevents the plant for only a moment, simply a delay of game. I'll have to watch out for that trap wire, but that's the instant recognition. Forwards. Oh god, Forwards realizes they've got no chance. With the collat headshot, they're looking into 4 players, or maybe they could bring out more. If they simply isolate these fights, a lockdown has been committed by 9iron. Simply, Forwards has done it again. 3 headshots, maybe even a 4th can come out of this one. No, it won't be the case, but Wintrin is down. Weilang is on the outside, and Wintrin finishes it off. How did this round become a victory, Vincent?
Let me explain. It's really quite simple. Fords was a menace in the back line. Absolutely the thorn in UH's side. Just would not give it up, would not go down, would not just die. Continued to deliver frag after frag. And yeah, sure, committed the nightfall, committed the lockdown. It doesn't matter. I don't care what the commitments were. It was all worthwhile for ISU as they were able to deliver.
My god, a fantastic performance. That's what we were looking to see in a conclusion in the pistol, with Forwards almost walking out with the ace. They are not giving up. Certainly not. Now, they have an opportunity here just to find some jiggle peaks, but I think they realize they're in a bit of trouble, especially with that null command activated. It's all about the fast rotation, as you can see from the minimap, through the spawn, forwards, playing their cards right, stops the plant, takes down Koi as well, and 9iron is there to have their say. So it's 3-on-2, a downed KO. They may consider bringing in the resurrection, orbital strike, as well as the rolling thunder. Throw everything you've got. Chili Man sends in the showstopper, and once again, it has proven useless. But Pamo finds the final kill anyway.
What a round. That was so ridiculous. Back and forth all the way through. Love the quick decision making from the Redbirds, specifically Wintrin, to put down the orbital strike in order to deny the res onto Relevant. All of that then comes down to the possibilities for Sully to win that 1-on-2. Denies the showstopper with his own orbital strike. Like, what? Showstopper denied by orbital strike? Since when is that a thing?
I love it. I love everything about it. Both these teams realize this game is not guaranteed for anyone. Paint shell plus the C's. Oh, I think there it is. No, not to be the case. Jivvy saving themselves 30 HP. They'll escape. The battleground almost became the location of A main. But with a single kill, everyone has decided to retreat.
The adjustments being made. Looks like the spike still sticking around today, and it's just be a temporary attempt to pull some rotations back towards B, at least for the time being. We've passed the 1 minute mark though, and it's getting to that point where decisions need to be made. Continue to flash in, but look at the rotates. Really no one for ISU convinced that this is not an A hit. It'll finally be a rotation. Back to B, but 35 seconds, they gotta go.
9iron picks up 2. How beautiful. How delectable.
It's
able to stop this press. The neural theft is here. Will it be able to steal any real information? Will it make a difference? A 1-for-1 again. Pamo will not be able to continue as Jivvy is simply a threat to behold. They have the showstopper in hand, Vincent, but as we've seen, not a single kill this game has come from it.
Wintrin has a molly. As soon as this could be absolutely winnable, but Wintrin doesn't know that Koi was still dedicated to the site. Took a little bit too much time to get around this corner, and Wintrin's taking so much time to clear these angles, it might be tough.
There's one. Molly, I don't know. Is there going to be a blast pack? Is there even time?
Oh, it's
There's
close.
gotta be. He's just looking away.
Oh!
No, how could it be? How can that happen?
Bro,
They
so
simply
fake.
They do not fake. And Wintrin is among the best of them.
What a delivery. Another clutch moment there from Wintrin as well. Has been there or thereabouts in the clutches pretty much the entire game, Los. It's been great to see. This is a gun round that could absolutely turn the tide. ISU win it. They are on the map point. But ISU's own economy, not the best. Here's the showstopper.
Let's see what this is capable of. Not much. Again, caught in the seas. There wasn't much Jimmy could have done to be able to walk out of that one. Judge finds nothing. Forward's only good for 1. And this seems to be a far cry of what ISU is capable of. It didn't even come down to what I would say is superior utility usage. ISU just simply didn't know where to shoot.
This is Valorant, not Far Cry. Come on.
We don't know what Far Cry 7 could be.
That's
I don't
true.
know. It could be on Fracture.
That's fair enough. 2v4 though. Low HP on Coin, but I really don't think this is gonna be able to come back. They're committing though.
First shot. Wintrin was hoping to find that as they caught the shoulder of Relevant, but Relevant will have that final say. As UH, they will not allow a map point. This is critical. The next 2 rounds are going to be, well, the next round essentially will be everything here.
Oh, see, okay, what's the decision here? A very tough one for the Redbirds. Do you force buy? Do you save into this, allow for UH to get the 11th, and then buy into the next round? I think that save and buy is the right call, and it looks like the Redbirds going to make that same exact decision. But let's look at what I'm seeing. Great sniper rifle alongside a bunch of sheriffs, and we've seen what the sheriffs can do before.
I mean, you put a sheriff in the hand of forwards, and honestly, you can do anything. I'm not worried about the positioning, at least of forwards, but it's going to be an interesting issue now that nobody's on the actual site. Only ISU players are on drop.
How did they have this read? UH just like immediately made the decision to straight run it into A here, and it worked so well. I don't know how they knew what was going on, but they did.
Lockdown forces them away all into A main. Forwards realizes this is where they are. That's what the Prowler taught them. Wintrin with the stinger. Oh, the walk right past Weiling. This is the second time he's played a rat corner and found a little bit of a meal. We can chalk this up. Flawless round for UH. What we expected.
Now that one was the gimme. That one was the freebie. Los, here's the big one. The massive play required. Who will get map point first? Remember, UH, they picked this map. They elected to bring us here. I bet that's actually how they knew. I realize now that that camera's been there pretty much consistently, so they probably spotted a bunch of the Redbirds players rotating. Either way, that was last round. This is this one. Most important round of the game, you would argue, particularly for the Redbirds, because their economy has been on the cusp of failure.
Inquisitive trio here on A main. It'll be a quick duel. Here comes the Nightfall. Who will follow up? Pommel might be able to make that commitment, but it actually comes down to a fight from drop. Chili Man, they're taken away as soon as they find a singular kill. If Relevant can hold firm, and they do, this is their sight, guaranteed. 2v4. We haven't seen a retake on A be so easy for this team. It is going to be horrible coming from drop.
On the info given away there, Wintrin picking up the orb, trying to deny the plant, but it'll be a little too late. A tough task as they try to play through this smoke. ISU, they have to commit. They know that this is a requirement.
The second they drop down, it is going to be a crossfire from hell. Relevant from spawn, and 9-9 realizes this is the end of the road. They have to save. There's no way they could jump into a 1v4 like this. And that's walking right into map point.
Yeah, that's brutal. The fact that the Redbirds have been counterfeited in this way after an 8-4 half, and now they lose out in a way that ensures that UH will have match point first. With 9-iron going down.
Match point.
What sort of buy will be had here for the Redbirds? That's the question. And honestly, it's sort of a tragedy, potentially. Looks like it's a bit all over the place. Some Guardians, some Bulldogs. A couple of judges, as I love to see.
Double judge. That's not something I would have expected in a situation like this, but desperation brings you to a situation like this.
I mean, I buy the judge on normal rounds. My full buy.
You're a rare breed, Vincent, so.
You know, I get that a lot. I also get a lot of people saying I'm trolling. I don't understand.
That's preposterous.
Outrageous. UH, though, looking to close here on their own map. It has been a little bit of a tough task. And they haven't necessarily been in the lead the whole time, but in the lead maybe when it matters here. Or overtime, the Redbirds can deliver.
Chili Man They're here. It's got to come down to a flashpoint, and they want to get up close and personal, perhaps close the gap and stop the flash from having a major impact, but that will not be the case. Certainly not. Spike is planted. Wallbangs are not making a connection. Forwards, they have to do something. The ISU's team has to do something to break beyond the cyber cages. But now that the cages have fallen, the Rolling Thunder is enacted, and all hope is being depleted from the hearts of Redbirds. And ultimately, UH will take Fracture 13-11.
Yeah, and I mean, realistically, that was the expected outcome. When you look at, UH, their experience within the scene, comparing that to ISU and this Redbird squad, and it was their own pick. But man, was that way closer than I thought there was any business being. I was so pleasantly surprised by what the Redbirds had on offer. And that kind of gives me some hope, Los. I'm looking forward to what ISU are going to be doing on their own pick. That's Haven.
It's going to be a beautiful matchup. I mean, we gotta just quickly before that break, we gotta talk about forwards. Forwards is so phenomenal, creating those clutch moments, as well as Wintron. These two players have been able to pull rounds from the depths of hell and failure, and they brought it back to allow Redbirds to really contend and almost take things to overtime, which I'm not counting out that we'll see in the future. But we'll find out if we can have an OT on Haven right after this quick break. Welcome back to Naystar League Valorant. We're jumping into Haven. It's Redbird Esports going up against UH. And this, I have to admit, is a much closer game than I was going to expect.
Yeah, I do think that that's valid. That being said, listen, Haven, a good map for the Redbirds, but it's also a very good UH Premier map. You and I have watched UH Premier like 4 or 5 times on this map, and pretty much every time they've dominated. And remember, I talked about how UH Premier played against Fisher in the semifinals last semester. Well, they played Haven and they took Fisher to overtime on that. And I mentioned Fisher, a top 5 team in the country right now. So, and they were at that time last year. So all of those things being said, I'm confident that the Redbirds are good at this map. I just don't know if they're as good as UH Premier.
Hey, that is all to be determined. And, you know, when you're going up against some of the top dogs and you are putting up numbers, putting up OT numbers, then it leads you to believe that this is a team that can secure 13 rounds. But, I mean, hey, 2 different maps, 2, I would say, very different play styles are offered when it comes to Fracture and Haven. So I'm always curious about the splits that we're going to see. What are the defensive setups from Redbird going to look like, as we would usually see Jivy and Sully sticking around trying to break through the backlines, as well as Wintrin and maybe Chili Man working together to try and get those flanks. Are we going to see some similar action? I would like to hope so, because those 2 duos, those 2 squads going up against each other in those side battles were just so entertaining.
You said a name right there. It's tickled my fancy just a little bit. Chili Man struggled a bit on the duelist role last map. I would say didn't quite deliver as much as you would have hoped on a duelist, right? Was playing the Raze. When I asked about roles, Boards told me that Chili Man is a bit of a Jet 1 trick. It was maybe somewhat in jest, but I have a feeling that we're going to see a very different Chili Man on this map. It's just a little bit of a gamble that I'm taking here. No money on the line, just my reputation, which is worth it.
Yeah, big same. But no, I would agree that Chili Man certainly has a gap to fill. There have been moments, well, I think we just gotta talk straight up showstopper, which nobody had any impact with. I don't think I think even to the very bitter end, there was not a single showstopper kill. I think we're gonna have some better moments with the Blade Storm. At least I would hope, right?
I think so. I'm feeling that way. And listen, you and I both know that Jivy can deliver on the Jet as well. Did have a little bit better performance on the Raze than Chili Man, but as a whole, it was not great, like you said, in the showstopper conversation. Regardless, we're gonna get things underway. Pui on the Breach on this map is just a menace. He's disgustingly good on it. So I'm excited to see more of that. The Cougs up 1 map as we head into the first round of Haven.
A lot of pot shots over into that back crate, but no one making any move. No reason to investigate further, because that, in all likelihood, is going to be the base camp for 9-9, hanging out with the full KJ setup. And I can tell you right now, nobody wants to deal with that.
No, we talked about it last map, but they're gonna have to deal with it. It looks like that's a great paranoia, though. That's just 3.
Oh, Jivy caught in the nano swarm, and there it is. There is the punishment for the curiosity. 2 down so far, but Koi and Sully, they managed to break onto site. 2 clean dingers from Sully. And they'll take the site with Chili Man to the flank. They've got the tailwind. They've got the idea. Sully is in the back. He has to pick up the spike, and even that spike disappearing is going to give some information. It's a bait to stop the plant, but Sully doesn't care. He'll do it anyway. 1 tap and 1 plant, 1 round to wrap it all up.
Sully makes those shots just look so easy. Those first 2 were clean as you like. Just popping out, tap, pop out, and tap once more. That is one way to deliver a round, and as well, that was what, a 2v4 delivered into a victory for UH, if I'm not mistaken. Something along those lines. Maybe it was 3v4. Either way, from a deficit to a victory is the point I'm making. So with that, we're going to be able to take this and maybe continue to apply pressure.
Vector's out. 5 players down in grass. Shorty action right beyond the double doors, but no one will be so daring as to enter. It's all about B site proper. I think there is the possibility that turret's going to lose efficacy. No, they're actually committing onto B side. I thought it was going to be a rush toward A.
Yeah, I think this makes a lot of sense. So, especially because, well, trying to make your way through these links is pretty difficult, as you can see there. A good idea, playing an anti-flash. 1 out of 3 of those players just making sure not to be blinded. It'll be a flawless round for UH. Moving on to an 0-2 scoreline favoring the Cougs. With that said, Los, as we know, this is the bonus round. This is the big one, where ISU are going to have their weapons out. But on this map in particular, the UH Premier are really good at being able to make good decisions and close the gap to make these types of bonus rounds work very well for them. That's something I've noticed as a whole, is that they tend to deliver.
That's just what we love about them. Another look up toward B. The quick decision-making saying, don't think I want to do that. Now that look toward garage, but being caught off with that turret, it's going to put a lot of questions, especially with all these dark covers.
Yeah, I like that they've canceled off the back of those dark covers straight back over towards the B site.
Jimmy, right off a beautiful paranoia. That'll give them entrance into Link as well. Chili Man able to take down 2. 4 here for the backup. They need to be able to clear out Link. Unfortunately for them, Sully with a beautiful shock dart has done just that. Hordes is still in a position. He's been pushed. They have to try and make a maneuver, or will they concede this round?
Oh, that aftershock. It's going to confirm the kill. And now it's up to a 1-on-2. 9-iron on the site. But Sully
not
might be able
the
to get
melee.
away.
Already caught, already hit. No shot. That shock dart makes it. It does. Sully's got the lineups. They're doing the mathematical murder right before our eyes.
Oh, that's great. I've got to put that one in the back of my mind for later. Mathematical murder. Certainly stepping up in the trigonometry area. I'm sure that they're doing very well in the math classes, indeed. 2 shock dart kills as well. Just the relevance and the timing that Sully has on those shock darts is so perfect.
That's our first look toward A. And there's a strong presence. Look at that. 4 players sitting around A site. 2 sewers. 2 on site proper.
I mean, they've all got pistols though, Los. That's the problem for the Redbirds.
Oh, full magazine. Still unable to destroy the Owl Drone, and it will cost them a life forwards. Oh, they've got the Owl Drone, but they still can't see anything.
Blind as a bat. That feels bad, man. 9-iron response. Oh, well, gotta give away the positioning with the alarm bot. At this point, it's really more of a try and get an exit or 2 type of moment than win the round for 9-iron. But speaking of where UH are at in this map, the fact that they've been able to take the bonus round, and now another flawless victory in the follow-up to that, in the anti-eco, I mean, this is great stuff. Their attack is looking phenomenal, and look at their money. Los, it's getting out of control. It's building. Jivy's at 8,500.
That's an unsustainable amount of money to allow your opponents to have. And we've got a major purchase. It's Chili Man and bringing out the op. I'm liking it. I'm even close to loving it, Vincent. Unfortunately, no one is making some investigations, no peeks over towards C, because A seems to be the place.
Well, Jivy in a bit of a rough spot there initially. Spawned out by Fords shortly, but will fall back. Will make their retreat known. For the time being, it's just a posturing maneuver. UH not committing anywhere. They've got a very spread defense, or rather spread offense, really, but defaulting. And then back towards A. And this is where at least more limited players are. Just one player committed to this site. And if Fords goes down, which he will, it's open for business.
That was a beautiful shot from Jivy. And this is going to speak to the difficulties of buying an op in a situation like this. You don't have a weapon that can be used for a retake. There are blades that are available.
Maybe the blades.
Oh, with that lockdown, that is going to delay oh so much. Rolling Thunder. Also here, yeah, there's nothing they can do besides that.
Yeah, I mean, that's just such great timing on the lockdown. A lot of times you'll see teams, Los, just kind of throw the lockdown as soon as the spike gets down, if they're going to use it in that way. But UH wait like 5 or 6 beats for all of ISU to prep getting started for the retake. Then they put the lockdown in, making it nigh impossible to take that fight. And oh boy, Wintrin going down there is not a good look.
Yeah, that's a beautiful tip to take home, is if you use it immediately, by the time the lockdown ends, most of the defensive team are just arriving at the site, so it doesn't give you that big bang for your buck. But the reading of that from Weiling simply is a beautiful maneuver, and I would say a little bit more effective than neural theft.
We don't even see a Cypher and it's still getting trolled. I love it.
He's cool. He's a good guy.
Yeah, he is a good guy. We'll just leave it at that. Pretty neat when he doesn't have a hat on too.
Boy might be walking into a world of hurt here, or is it forwards instead? Have they been red? No, they're still in the back line. Forwards able to take down Jivy, who had no idea, but the wall bang will send them to a inevitable grave. 9 iron, Chili Man, Blades, and Judge inside of that smoke. Also the op. Beyond that,
Judge right to the face. Goodbye, Sully.
Oh boy. This is looking to be so difficult. Chili Man actually enters with the blades. They realize someone's up top. Relevant uses that maneuver, the shrouded step. Says, I don't care. Throw your knives at me if you want. I'm the one who's got real movement.
When's the last time you saw a shrouded step dodge a blade storm like that? That's been a minute. Not intentional, I'm sure, by Relevant, but it was absolutely perfect. And unfortunately for Chili Man, that ultimate goes by the wayside. What I did notice, though, is that pretty much everyone was 1 or 2 orbs away, 1 or 2 kills away from picking up an ultimate. And that's where we're at for the Redbirds. They've got 3 of their 5. UH have 4.
Oh, Wintrin.
Goodbye.
Oh my lord, had no chance. Judge in hand, let's see what's possible. At least 1. It isn't a completely unfortunate, foolish errand. They secured a kill.
Whoa. It's never completely foolish when you buy a Judge, Los. All right?
My bad.
Thank you.
That was foolish of me to say, I think. Okay, wait a minute. Oh, I forgot Fords had a sheriff. This is a moment. Unfortunately, the range is simply too great, and the force of UH is equal to that.
He did hit a second headshot there. I just want it to be known, like, for the record, you know, whoever's taking the notes here, the meeting minutes, he hit the second headshot. Like, dude, Fords is absolutely nuts with that sheriff. It's crazy. UH, they didn't have to use any of their ultimates there, though. This is the gun round for ISU, so I'd expect them to have a lot better of a hold. But the problem is, well, they can't lose individuals immediately like they did in the prior round, and this Owl Drone's going to find a lot of information.
Oh, Wintrin's in trouble. Will they be able to escape? Yeah. Good shrouded step, even after the tag. Forward, sending out some pain themselves with that. Oh! And isn't that beautiful? Something you love to see or something you don't love to see.
I'm
Right
just
through
sure
the
he
smoke.
didn't quite find anything, though.
And now you've got that rolling thunder. Relevant. Looking to continue that pain. But they'll stick around, losing Koi along the way as 9 Iron is putting in some pressure.
Oh, that's great decision making from the shadows, and now they have the Hunter Siri as well to deny.
Have to make a move. You've got the cover. 9 Iron simply has to go massive. It's actually going to be forwards. Forwards and 9 Iron will put the final bullets. And ISU, finally, after 8 rounds, will secure their first victory.
I'm not gonna lie, I didn't realize it was 7-0. I thought it was a little bit different. That's on me. Redbirds have made so many of these rounds pretty competitive, though. They've definitely showed themselves strong, but that's a massive win. And it's also a round where UH delivered so many of their ultimates and used them. You know, it was good usage. I'm not saying they were wasted, but it just didn't come out to a round victory, which is unfortunate.
Big stack here. All 5 players realizing, okay, just Wintron. We can walk through. There won't be any traps for us, and Wintron will escape again. Shrouded Step. It seems to be that if UH are continuing to find the same amount of resistance, they will easily press the offensive just like this in the coming rounds.
That's been something they consistently do, and I mean, look at this. Only going to be falling back because of this lockdown, or not. Just push forward. Just get the kills. Win the round. Jivvy with a 3K, and it's a flawless win off the back of that. Are you kidding me? Los, I blinked my eyes and it was over. It was so fast.
Can you believe that was an offensive judge in CT?
I love it.
And it still works. I mean, you know, you have that threat of the lockdown. Oh, we have to escape sight. Okay, they'll escape sight, but right into the position of the lockdown. There is no safety. There is no threat. It's just speeding up the way this round will end.
More W key.
Read onto Jivvy. And you've got Chili Man hiding beyond the block.
Oh, but the aftershock could come through here. One forwards go down over in sewers. One Jivvy checks. Chili Man. This is just an eco, but it's not looking good.
9 Iron, at least able to pick up something here. Make sure it's not a flawless. And they can take a rifle, bring it into the next round, no problem. But Amo, they may as well just give it a go.
No, I did say that UH Premier are good at Haven, you know? I wasn't necessarily expecting this sort of performance, but yeah, they're good at Haven, like I said.
Last player standing.
You know, I guess Redbirds might consider adding Fracture to their map pool.
I mean, maybe Fracture was in their map pool. I mean, they did leave it unbanned for a reason. I'd imagine.
Wait, how did Jivvy get that kill?
Yeah, I thought I heard it updraft, and I think he updrafted for it.
Updrafted and just oh. That
wasn't
is
sure,
just
though.
mean.
That's outrageous. If you don't know what we're talking about, we think Jivvy double updrafted over the wall in A main, or on A site rather, to get that kill towards A lane, with like a headshot while floating.
Which, you know,
I
should
hope
never
that
happen.
didn't happen. Honestly, I hope it did happen.
I don't think there's any other way it could have gone down based on the kill feed. I think that's it.
You're probably right. You know what I have noticed here as we take a timeout forwards calling that for the Redbirds? Unfortunately, Pomo, who actually is a sub, if I'm not mistaken, for this team, unfortunately starting out in a really tough spot. Currently a secret agent, 0-8.
The lesser known one.
Yeah.
Whew. I mean, to be fair, this is just a tough game for everybody involved. It's currently 9-1. Redbirds they're getting their wings clipped.
Yeah, it's fair. no one's performing well. Like, I mean, 9 Iron leading the way at 8-8 after 10 rounds. So, not to say that ISU are bad players or anything. It's just, well, nobody's going to be performing well when it's 9-1.
Forward's a little bit little chunk of damage through the wall bang. And B has been such a favored position here for UH. They always feel so comfortable. Jay up on top will be spotted by the recon bolt, and Forwards will take them down. Here comes the rolling thunder. Mamo should be leading the charge, but unfortunately there's collateral damage. It's their teammates on the other side who now walk in dazed and confused and soon to be dead.
Just 2 players remaining, and that flashpoint is so perfect with Mamo down. It's just Wintrent. 1 on 4? Surely not. Has the full HP. Has a paranoia as well, but it won't be there. Double digits in the first half for UH. That's just about as good as it gets, really.
Could get better, Vincent. It could get better with one more round, and the money is not exactly where ISU would want it to be. Gonna have to go with some half shields.
They've lost. 9 Iron sold the judge. It would have won if they had the judge.
Yeah, no, that's a GG. If the judge was there, it would be a judge G, but you know, it's tough.
It's the preferable to the GG, you know?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
UH, a bit of a wider spread this round. They've sort of had 2 approaches have UH Premier. It's been more default like this round, or a very clear plan from the beginning, whether that be A, B, or C. It's sort of gone all over the place, which has been part of the difficulty for the Redbirds trying to read these situations.
Weilang, big chillin' as no one will contest them in sewers, but Chili Man is having a field day. Might even secure a third, but they're trapped in the corner. Paranoia and Sully with the shock darts. They'll do whatever they want. Weilang cleaning things up. Still a 3-on-3. They've done a good job to survive, or at least make things doable in terms of the retake.
That second Nano Swarm going down, but Weilang has got another double kill. 3 on the round. And it's gonna find the 4th as well. 11-1. It does get better for the Cougs. And you know what, Los? I'm telling you, they had the judge. It would have been different.
You know, I feel like that's not a debatable sentence. It would have been it would have been different.
Exactly. You see what I'm doing here? Technically correct. The best kind of correct.
We don't know if it would have been better, but it would have been different.
Exactly. You're picking up what I'm putting down. I'm loving this. ISU though, probably not so much. 11-1, man, that's rough. And I think a lot of that is almost entirely to do not with the Redbirds really dropping the ball, though there is some of that, but it's UH being really good at Haven.
It's simply a clinic being put on by UH. 3 players here on C, waiting for the engagement. Jimmy the first one to fall, but the paranoia is going to stop the players moving in from garage, but there's a flurry utility to try and give some information. Sully is scrambling for a position of safety. The flashpoint actually counteracts Chili Man's jump on top of the boxes, but the numbers will eventually overwhelm until the relevant puts 3 in the dirt. So now it brings Weilang into the 1v2. The spike has not been planted.
Oh, but Weilang finding some timing here. Popping out. He's going to take that first fight and still has half HP, but 9 Iron delivering with the right click. And the Killjoy versus Killjoy. 9 Iron comes away on top. And you know what, Los? If there's a comeback to be had, this round, that's certainly where it needed to start.
The journey to overtime begins with a single pistol round, I believe it said.
Yeah, I think that's Sun Tzu.
Yeah, gotta be something. I think he also said round 2 by judge.
That too, yeah, definitely. Though clearly they didn't get to that chapter, unfortunately. Nobody personally investing into the judge. We are seeing a bulldog though, which I'm excited for. ISU gonna be making a. Okay, why, like, you gotta have your gun out, bud. You don't even move that much faster with the knife as opposed to just a pistol.
Oh, there must have been clipping on that box. Jivvy wasn't able to get away with the tailwind. But I think even if they were able to move a little further back, the result would have been the same. ISU staking their claim here on A site.
Last player standing.
You know, that was a valiant effort by Sully, but it really was just death in a falling manner. You know, it's like modern art. You know, death while falling. That seems like a good modern art piece name, right?
Nice album. Nice album cover name.
It could be. Yeah, that's another good one. Listen, anybody who wants that, I've already trademarked. You can contact my lawyer. Don't worry. I'm very willing to sell.
I mean, if the reputation wasn't worth any money, we gotta get that fund somehow.
I'm a simple dude, you know. Just cash talks. UH with the buy here. It's gonna be ISU back towards the A site.
Chili man, the tailwind, not to be sent into a hasty entrance onto site. Sully with the moment, with a lot of moments to come up, finally able to put one player down, 4 bullets in the chamber, and they'll all miss. But an escape to the back of the site, they won't fall to a shocking death. Chili man will stick around while there is a thought of retreat for ISU.
Yeah, but there's a lot of damage that's been done here for the Redbirds. 2 players very low. One of them sticking around here at A. And it looks like, I mean, he can't even actually get out of here, realistically. So, at the end of the day, it's just about timing, trying to reaggress at the right moment. And here we go.
The only way out is through, and Chili man is pushing through. Flashpoint doesn't exactly do everything, but Pomo finishes off with the Spectre. 2 players left.
Planted.
I think 150 HP between the 3 remaining Redbirds.
Wylang gonna come in from the flank. This could be good, especially with the paranoia that's just come in.
Relevant, good start onto Pomo. Here comes Wylang. Maybe a spray down, and that'll be just what goes down. Wylang on the flank. A delayed one, a slow and steady one, but it'll secure map and series point for the Cougs.
Yeah, this is a fantastic showing from the UH Premier team. They are just dominating. And despite the pistol round, despite the secondary, well, the bonus doesn't go the way of the Redbirds. Of course, I mean, keep in mind that was the bonus, but I don't know. UH Premier didn't seem to have any problem winning gun rounds last half, and I don't know if that's going to change in this one. Last round, potentially, of this game. As we head into round 16. Full buy here. But a lot on the line. The game series on the line. As well as confirming playoff berth. Remember, mentioned earlier, you lose a game in this, you end up down into the LCQ.
God. That was phenomenal. Sully sending out the recon dart and Jivvy swinging at the exact moment they predicted ISU would go to shoot for it. And the tandem maneuvers of this dynamic duo of Sully and Jivvy is something to be admired.
They continue to deliver, don't they? They just, every single time. And now it's a 5-on-3 Los. It's so much to ask here for the Redbirds. They have it from the shadows. Maybe they could get creative with that. But I'll tell you, my hopes aren't exactly high.
They'll be spotted by this turret. That's information, at least for one. No one's adjusted, just a dark cover on C long. There's no need for cause. Look at the position of Koi, though. Ready for anything.
30 seconds left.
Yeah, deep into spawn. This is where you buy guns. Here be the push towards B. And it won't be contested, but honestly, I think that's a good thing. It just allows for UH to set up a better retake.
9 Iron pushing out into Link, and they'll remove Jivy. Pomo as well might be able to take advantage of the reload. Here's the money. Sully with a 3K, and they want to finish it off themselves. Wintrin in the back of B site, a 1v3. There's a from the shadows waiting for him. Wintrin's good for one. Paranoia potential. They send it out. Jump on top of the box. Has it been heard? Has it been seen? It's expected. And unfortunately, the body block doesn't allow them to drop onto the spike. It's a defusal. It's not even an attempt of burning Ash to try and finish this fight. But no, it will not go down in flames. They'll go with the whimper. The defusal is what ends this series 2-0.
Yeah, and listen, I said at the outset of Haven, I set up the question mark of, okay, yeah, Fracture was really good for ISU. They delivered in a way that I didn't expect. An 8-4 half number one. It went down to the wire. They just barely lost out, right? All of those are good things, and I think we got to give a lot of respect to the Redbirds for that. With that said, Haven was always going to be a tough task. I talked about how UH Premier have consistently, I mean, just historically been really good on this map. I've seen them 13-0 teams on this map. And the fact that it was 13-3, despite how much the Redbirds delivered on Fracture, not even that surprising. It's just a good team. Number 14 overall in the nation, the CVAL Power Rankings. I mean, there's a reason for that.
Another amazing performance from UH, but, you know, I definitely gotta give some props to Redbird because, as you mentioned previously, this is a independent team still playing it out here in A-Star League and putting up some numbers, at least on Fracture. Yeah. But at the end of the day, you know, we saw some amazing performances. I want to say forwards, Wintrin. Back on Fracture, they were some phenomenal players. Unfortunately, it just didn't translate back to Haven, but it goes back to UH being a demon team. One of the best here when it comes to the A-Star League, especially on that map specifically. But we're going to get a chance to talk a little bit more to one of the players after we head to a quick break, so don't go anywhere. A-Star League Valorant returns after this.